refund. Because I'm new one to me. How you gonna fix it? You done messed me up today.
I've had some weary days and some sleepless nights. But when I look around, and I think things over, all of my good days outweigh my bad days. I don't know. The clouds hang low. I can hardly see the road. I ask the question, Lord. Lord, why so much pain? But He knows what's best for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't see. So I'll just say, thank you, Lord. I won't complain. But He is so good to me. He's been good to me. More than this world I could ever be. He's been so good. But He knows what's best for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Braxton. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this impromptu emergency FAMU meeting coverage, live coverage from SheLovesThee podcast. Of course, I cover SWAC related items, HBCU related items, and today I'm covering the FAMU Board of Trustees meeting on the $237 million donation by Mr. Geronimi. So we're just waiting on that particular meeting to start. And then once it starts, I will basically let you guys in and we'll watch it. And then after the meeting, we will obviously talk a little bit about the resignation of Dr. Stroud. She has decided to
Oh wait, it's on. So I'm getting ready to put it on here.
Trustee Harper,
Present.
Trustee Lawson,
Present.
Okay, wait, I'll take it off until they start talking. I haven't heard them say anything, so I'll take it off. But anyway, once they start talking, I'll get in there. They're just like doing a check-in. I don't hear anything. It looks like they're talking, so just give me 1 second because I can't hear anything.
and willing to face any challenges to our institution. Given the recent issues regarding reported Jerami $237 million gift to FAMU, we humbly request that the FAMU Board of Trustees strongly consider the following. Conduct a transparent and complete investigation regarding the processes surrounding acceptance and approval of the gift from Mr. Jerami that has put FAMU in an unprecedented situation with several unique challenges that must be navigated simultaneously. Number two, after the conclusion of the investigation, implement fact-based measures and policies and hold accountable those parties that the investigation uncovers as violators of policies, procedures, or due diligence. And number three, institute changes that achieve the ultimate goal to bring you back to the pinnacle institution status as exemplified by our outstanding faculty, students, and alumni. Board of Trustees, the mantle that you uphold today is a heavy one. Please know that the FAMU National Alumni Association supports our institution and knows that FAMU must continue its mission to educate our students today, tomorrow, and forever. Given our mission, Board of Trustees, you must continue to be the primary stewards of our university to ensure our standards and related processes continue with no further abatement by any individual or select group of individuals, no matter title or position. I, as president, our board of directors, and the entire Rattler Nation stand ready to partner with you to advance the mission of FAMU and continue to build upon our great legacy and traditions. So may God be with you and our institution during this time. Curtis Johnson, Jr., 19th President, FAMU National Alumni Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Attorney Barge Miles, are there any others?
Yes. Toby Rutledge.
Okay. Mr. Rutledge, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon to the board and esteemed guests for this meeting. From my comment, I'm hoping that, I guess, after everything is said and done, as far as reviewing, your processes and whatnot, that even though this was such a large gift, that there will be some discussion as far as like what your processes and procedures are for any gift that is not cash or stock, because just based on what's been submitted so far from the foundation meeting and whatnot, I think it'll be helpful just to kind of have a better understanding of how those things are handled. Because if it can happen for a large gift where bylaws can be bypassed, it can happen for any gift theoretically. So I look forward to hearing about what the board is going to be doing in the future, and I hope that you'll be able to resolve any issues that come up from this. And so thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. Are there others?
Yes, Vaughn Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank you for this opportunity to address this august body. As a journalist, I've watched FAMU Board of Trustees meetings for nearly 2 decades now. There was a time where the meetings were dreadful, with more bickering than leading. Fortunately, that is currently not the case. We have one of our most diverse, as far as experiences go, and intelligent boards in place, and it appears to be working cohesively in the best interest of FAMU. Since commencement, FAMU has been in the media spaces for not a good reason. We all know what that is. I had a front row seat, and I would not be truthful if I didn't admit that it has taken a little shot of my spirit with the latest revelations, including leading to the resignation of Dr. Friday-Stroud from the FAMU Foundation. What I do know is that 1, we must turn the corner on our PR, and 2, to all rattlers that claim they bleed orange and green, that means you'll stick by the university in trying times, just as you do when we hoist a trophy. PR-wise, but one option. Admit a faulty representation of the gift was made, explain where we currently are and real expectations from the gift, and from there we move on. Then put policy in place to never allow this to happen again. That's where the Board of Trustees comes in. We've raised record amounts for our school over the last few years the old-fashioned way, piece by piece. We must continue to do that, and with the excellence in which it has been done. I'm frankly over the whole thing. FAMUans must hold those responsible accountable, but stand by our school. In the 137-year history of Florida A&M University, there have been stumbles. Major crisis after major crisis have occurred. One thing that it has taught us, that thing is irreparable. We fall down, but we get up every time. We must continue to be the great team, administration, board, students, and alumni who've been so instrumental in FAMU's success. It's time to dig in and further uphold our beloved university even more. Using athletics as a parity, if a quarterback throws an interception, then the defense feels it's their job to get the ball back to the offense. That's the definition of a team. Our university needs us to be a team. It's okay to be upset about the situation, but that should not change your heart and how you feel about FAMU. The social media era has conditioned many of us to feel like the sky is falling when it really isn't. I swear this is a blip on the radar. In some ways, we as FAMUans are perpetuating. Taking the cue from an elite group of our students. I was in Jacksonville last week covering Mike Rice and the FAMU golf team. The team dominated the HBCU National Championship and brought home the hardware. Lest we forget that just a few years ago, we disbanded that same golf team. We corrected it, and now we prosper, just as we must do about this situation. As I conclude, I thank you for my time. For us rattlers who continue to give, we've got to keep doing it and doing it even better. For those who haven't given back yet,
Mr. Wilson,
there's no
your
better
time
time
is
right
up.
now.
Thank you so much. Attorney Barge Miles, are there others?
Yes. Carolyn Hepburn Collins.
Okay. Ms. Collins, you are recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, family. I'm Joan Collins. I'm a 73 graduate of Florida A&M University. My spouse and I are donors of the university. We are lifetime members and within that founding group. And I'm concerned, I do bleed orange, and I want to just say a couple of things quickly. Dr. Larry Robinson has propelled FAMU with his leadership to areas we've only dreamt about in the past. And now we've achieved those dreams of number 1, number 3, number 91, number 21, and so on. Those achievements that we have received, many may not know what the numbers mean, but that gratitude for those numbers have significant meanings, and we've been proud of it. In this climate of government affairs and in our state of Florida and across this country, only intellectual leaders can accomplish those type of supports, the attributes that FAMU have been placed on the top as we continue to strive for the Carnegie Tier 1. I'm not a Rattler Nation member. I do not know what Rattler Nation is. I do not pay my dues for Rattler Nation. I assume it is among a plethora of entities who say they love FAMU and they show it in their way via social media. Social media is, in my personal opinion, is very detrimental. And I stay away from social media. So I am a NAA, a National Alumni member. And so I don't know what social media. So I would ask that when people are asking questions and you're talking, make sure that the National Alumni has been polled to give you those answers that you're looking for. And I agree with the information, of course, stated by my president. I'm a member of the oldest DSO on our campus. I appreciate our leadership and the foundation board and the board of trustees. And I'm looking forward to whatever clarity is required. I'm appreciative who decided to give us some money, whether it was right or wrong. Give those individuals who have the right to correct it, to look at it, to cross all the T's and dot all of the I's and get it right. It is not our task to try to assume what happened, let them get it happen. And I'm concerned that we give respect for one another while we're doing that. So I'm asking that we respect our chair of the board of trustees, Kristen Harper. We respect Chair Lisa LeBou with the foundation, and I'm not calling names, and that we respect Dr. Larry Robinson. And remember, we're just not that important. What we're doing is not about us. We are not the center of it. Greg Clark, as past president, always said, it's about Mother FAMU. And as past president, I always said, it's about baby rattlers yet unborn. And don't please take any action that will destroy Mother FAMU or that will destroy our baby rattlers yet unborn that need the right decisions to be made. And oftentimes the wrong may be made, but let's respect them. Thank you so much for the time.
Collins. Attorney Barge Miles, are there others?
No, that was it.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, thank you, fellow board members, for being here for this special meeting. I certainly appreciate everyone's time and attention today. Before we get started, I would like to commend our university team for their capable handling of the operations during the tornado, as the damage to our campus was extensive. I know many of us have been anxious to discuss the matter of the special gift announcement that was made at our recent commencement exercises. I imagine there will be a number of comments and questions. To keep the meeting orderly and timely, please raise your hand in Zoom and wait to be recognized. I appreciate your patience as we waited for the required time period to notice the meeting to the public. Obviously, there's been news coverage and discussion on social media networks and other forums about this topic. There are legal and other implications of making statements about donors, personnel, or the university without all the facts. Out of respect for state law and this board, as chair, I have made one public statement on behalf of the board, despite many requests. That said, make no mistake, I'm committed to accountability, transparency, integrity, and taking action as a board based on the facts. The FAMU Foundation held a meeting where many questions on the gift were addressed, and I anticipate some of those questions will arise today. I've been working tirelessly behind the scenes, including several conversations with President Robinson to understand his role in this transaction and donor relationship. I've directed him to make a statement to our board today on these matters. Dr. Friday-Stroud is also here to answer questions. I've also been in communication with State University System Chancellor Ray Rodriguez and Board of Governor Chair Brian Lamb, and want to thank them both for their commitment to the resolution of this matter. Special thanks also to FAMU Foundation Chair Lisa LeBou and our outstanding foundation board who share our commitment to resolving this matter. Your expertise and engagement are a true asset to the university in raising and stewarding contributions through exceptional management, investment, and administration of assets. Before I turn it over to Dr. Robinson to address the board, I do see a hand, Vice Chair Gibbons.
I'll wait till Dr. Robinson addresses the board.
Okay, and once Dr. Robinson addresses the board, I'd like to make a statement and then I'll open it up to the trustees. Dr. Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Hopper and members of the Board of Trustees for allowing me to address you regarding the proposed gift from Mr. Gregory Jerami. Let me begin by stating that as president of Florida A&M University, I take full responsibility for this matter and the ensuing fallout. I apologize to this board, the board of directors, our students and their families, our faculty, staff, alumni, and friends who have worked so hard with us over the past several years to elevate Florida A&M University to its current status as the #1 public HBCU and the rank of 91 in national public institutions in America, according to U.S. News and World Report. It is because of you and a dedicated and committed team of individuals who come to work every day to tend to the welfare of our students and perform their work consistent with our core values of accountability, inclusion, innovation, and integrity. And to our donors whose generosity has led to new levels of fundraising and enabling the university to fully support our mission, enhance student success outcomes, and so much more, please know that FAMU is still a sure bet when it comes to stewardship of those funds you provided us, and without question, they will be directed to the programs and special initiatives that you intended to support. Your investments have made and will continue to yield positive outcomes for many years for Florida A&M University. To the governor, the Florida legislature, the board of governors, and state university system master and staff, we're extremely proud of being a part of the #1 state for higher education in America and gratefully acknowledge your vision and substantial investments that help make FAMU a place where students' lives are transformed and there's possibilities created as indicated by FAMU being ranked 21st in the nation among national universities with regards to social mobility. Thank you. I must admit that missteps were made in the manner we handled the proposed gift from Mrs. Rahman. It is my belief that with the guidance of this board, we will arrive at a process much more transparent when it comes to such large gifts in the future. I saw in this unprecedented gift the potential to serve our students and our athletic programs in ways unimaginable at that time. It would truly be transformational, I believe. I wanted it to be real and ignored some warning signs along the way. There was no personal gain, but the impact on our students and our university would have been extraordinary. However, last Wednesday, I received information suggesting that all was not what it appeared. I immediately contacted Chair Hopper and VP Dr. Friday-Stroud and informed them that the engagement with Mr. Jerami should cease, and we all agreed. For the record, I must note that I did not inform Chair Hopper of the gift, nor did I inform Chair LeBou of the Foundation Board of Directors, the chair of the Foundation Board of Directors, prior to the commencement program on Saturday, May the 4th. I owe a sincere apology to Chair Hopper, who happened to be at commencement and was asked to pose for pictures with Mr. Jerami, not knowing about this whole event or affair. It reported, by the way, in error that she knew of the plans, that she did not. My oversight is in no way a reflection of her integrity and diligence. I was determined to honor a non-disclosure agreement that if violated would jeopardize this transformational donation. The public announcement at commencement was premature at best, and I apologize to all who witnessed it and shared their joy and jubilation in the Lawson Center and in places through which the ceremony was streamed. In a gesture of good faith and accountability, Dr. Shante Friday-Stroud, our Vice President for Advancement and Executive Director of the Foundation, has decided to step down from her advancement role to focus on her duties at the School of Business and Industry. I've accepted her resignation, and I am thankful for her excellent work in boosting our fundraising to new heights. Her decision shows her dedication to transparency as we move forward. In the meantime, Dr. Donald Palm, our Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, will serve as Interim Vice President for Advancement while discussions are underway as we speak with the Association of Governing Boards, AGB, for a longer-term interim. We will then look at a new full-time dedicated Vice President of Advancement as we review our processes, working closely with this board and the FAMU Foundation Board of Directors. I thank all of you for your commitments to this institution. Our motto has long been excellence for caring, and we will continue to pursue excellence in all that we do here at Florida A&M University. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, that conclude my remarks.
Thank you. Before I recognize other trustees, I would like to make a statement. I want to start by personally saying that I am a proud two-time alumna of FAMU and the School of Business and Industry. For nearly 30 years, I've consistently served this university as the third female student government president in FAMU's history, to my current role as the chair of the Board of Trustees of Florida A&M University, a top 100 university, the #1 HBCU for the 5th year in a row, and the #1 state in the country for higher education. The love that I have for this university is unquestionable. We've had record-breaking philanthropic giving recently, and it doesn't surprise me that FAMU is attracting the attention of more donors, companies, foundations, alumni, and friends of FAMU who want to invest in our students and their success. I'm grateful for how the institution has flourished in the past several years under Dr. Robinson's leadership. I've told him privately also that I and many others are frustrated and disappointed about the reason we're here today, or the implications this could undoubtedly have on donor trust and confidence. What does surprise me, however, is how the events concerning this gift have unfolded. As chair of this board, I, nor my fellow trustees, nor the FAMU Foundation should have been caught by surprise with the public announcement of a gift of this magnitude. I accept your apology, Mr. President, because I should have never been put on the spot or used for a convenient photo or video op for a gift that I knew nothing about. I fully support your decision to cease this transaction. Only wish the decision would have been made during the 6 months spent on developing the gift and before a public announcement would have been made that could tarnish the reputation of this university. We have to do everything in our power to make sure that this never happens again to FAMU or to any institution. And as unfortunate as this situation is, I have unwavering confidence that FAMU will emerge from this dark cloud stronger than ever. As you know, we have fiduciary duties of care, loyalty, and obedience, which includes pursuing the interests of the institution with reasonable diligence and prudence, placing the interest of the institution ahead of our own, and ensuring that the institution complies with all applicable laws and regulations, its own policies, and carries out its mission appropriately. Per our bylaws, this board holds the president responsible for the university operation and management, performance, fiscal accountability, and compliance. The distinction between governance and operations is important. In compliance with our board operating procedures, the Florida Sunshine Law, the state statutes, we're here today to thoroughly and transparently address the concerns that have been raised and to take action as a body. There are several facts that need to be uncovered. What is our process for major gifts? Did this situation conform to policies, processes, delegated authorities, and internal controls? How and by whom was the value of the gift determined? What was the due diligence process, findings, and the decision-making criteria used to move forward? What are the criteria to determine when to make a public announcement of gifts? How was the donor given a platform to speak at commencement? When should chairs and bodies of the Foundation Board of Directors and the FAMU Board of Trustees have been made aware of this major gift? while staying in compliance with donor privacy and confidentiality policies? And do our policies and procedures reflect industry best practices? I'm certain there are many more questions. FAMU is the College of Love and Charity, and today we need more clarity. Transparency and accountability are critical to understand what happened, why it happened, and to take swift and corrective actions based on facts to improve the operations and controls of our university. I believe this is best achieved with external support. Therefore, I move that the Board of Trustees hire an external firm to perform a complete investigation of the major gift since its inception, to determine what happened, to complete and perform a complete audit and analysis of the university's compliance with policies, processes, and financial controls, to recommend any corrective actions, and to produce a report that reflects best practices.
Madam Chair,
Is there a second?
a second for discussion purposes.
Okay. We will open up the floor for discussion. I see four trustees, and you'll be recognized in the following order. Trustee Gibbons, Trustee Perry, Trustee Klatt, and Trustee Lawson. Go ahead, Trustee Gibbons.
Madam Chair, I will second your motion if I could add an amendment to your motion. Is that this investigation that we give the compliance and audit chairperson, Trustee White, the gavel on leading the investigation, and all other trustees stay out of the investigation. That's where that would sit. And then also authorizing Trustee White to have negotiating power to work with firm that moving forward so that we can engage them.
Okay, I will certainly accept the amendment that the chair of audit, Trustee White, be responsible for this from a board perspective. And I would also add that that should be with his university counterpart, Vice President Joe Malachewski, who is the Vice President of Audit. So I will accept the first friendly amendment, and I'll address the second next. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I think that the depth of this investigation and in all that has happened in this process, we really should leave university employees out of this investigation. We were not notified, so we don't know to what depths this goes, who knew what, and in light of that. And I would like to get Judge Perry's input on this. In light of that, we really should let this investigation lie where we're supposed to be, which is in compliance and audit, and let the trustee conduct the investigation, because we were not notified. We don't know anything. We don't know any of the processes. We don't know who was involved, who actually knew, who didn't know. And so as a fiduciary, to make sure that when this third party comes back, that everybody can be clear and exonerated on the university side, on the board of trustees side, foundation side, whoever, then we probably should not have university employees involved in this particular process.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is not to involve university employees in a investigation. I would, the two folks that you mentioned as it relates to their roles, VP Malachewski with audit and Ms. Rika Calhoun from a compliance perspective, if they're on the line, I would appreciate guidance and or if our general counsel has insight into policies, procedures, et cetera, to ensure that we're in compliance. Trustee Perry, would you like to make a comment on this matter, or would you like us to pause to see if we have?
No, I'd like to make a comment. In view of everything that has gone on, and as Trustee Evans indicated, we don't know who did what and when it happened. It is my opinion that we need somebody who's completely free of involvement with the university to conduct an outside investigation. It would be helpful if they contact those two people, Ms. Calhoun and Mr. Malashevsky in order to contact different people, but they should not be involved in this investigation, in my opinion. If we want this thing to be completely transparent and free, because they are university employees. And I think we do have the latitude to do that if we want a complete, thorough investigation, free of any internal influences. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see Ms. Calhoun on the line, and I'm not sure if VP Malashevsky, I'd see both of them here. So VP Malashevsky, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Harper. Yeah, I appreciate the comments by trustees. I think that traditionally this has been handled as trustees aren't university employees. There has to be a university employee that handles the administrative matters associated with contracting with an external party. And so traditionally that has fallen to me. My functional reporting role is to the Board of Trustees. I have an administrative functioning role to President Robinson. So I'll just share that for now.
And I agree. I have the same reporting line to the board and the administrative line to Dr. Robinson. So the reason for that is that it assists us in preserving our independence. But from the perspective of external investigations, Joe is right. We do assist with the administrative aspects of the investigation, but not the investigation itself.
You just muted yourself accidentally, it looks like. Go ahead.
And that was all I wanted to add.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Trustee
We
Perry.
have a few hands raised.
Yeah,
It's a follow-up to what I just said.
yeah, and we'll get
You
to
can still accomplish the same thing. They can be involved in contracting, but they should not be involved in selecting the outside law firm. Yes, they need to look at the contracts to make sure that it meets regulations and pass muster. But and if there's any hesitation or reservation about this, then reach out to the Board of Governors and get their opinion. But I think we're in safe ground if they only do the ministerial things, such as making sure the contract is in compliance with state rules and regulations, but should not be involved in the selection of the firm, except to make sure that it follows the rules and regulations. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. May I suggest that we consult with the Board of Governors as to
Madam Chair, we have some hands raised before you go on, please.
Okay, I was addressing the friendly amendments.
Right, but we're diving into operational stuff, and we're a board. That's not what we're for.
So let me hear all the comments, and then I'll come back to address the friendly amendments. Go ahead, Trustee Clark.
All right, so my comments are, first of all, forgive me for the outside noise. I'm in a remote location. We have an audit committee. I don't want to challenge Judge Perry's comments at all on the legal side, because that's not my area. Well, if we're talking about a board and board governance, we have one employee. That one employee has acknowledged that he was the leader of this group. He was the leader. He owns this. So I think we need to put this to the committee, the audit committee, and the audit committee should be making the recommendations that you as the chair are making, because we're not supposed to be in the operations of the university. We are taking the work from the chair of the audit committee, which we put them in that position for a reason. We are distracting from the audit person, which is Mr. Malashevsky, and he's in that position for a reason. He reports to us. We all know that he reports to us, not necessarily the president. So I think at some point in time, we have to follow the process. The process is we agree that we want to have an investigation. We have the audit committee take that on. The audit committee comes back, makes a recommendation to us and to you as the chair, and we give them direction from there. I think that would be the best. The audit committee may very well come back and say that staffers should not be a part of it. That's fine, but it should be the audit committee. If not, why do we have an audit committee? We are here today because processes have not been followed. At some point, we have to follow processes that are in place. And then at some point, we have to look at those processes and say, maybe some of those processes are outdated, but there's a process to address that as well. So my hand was up for a completely different reason before you went on and made this motion. So I will leave my hand up for additional comments, but just on this comment of a motion to whatever it was that you just rattled off, I think you're giving operational instructions, and we need to give this to the committee. Those are my comments.
Thank you for your comment, Trustee Klatt. Trustee Lawson, you're recognized.
Yeah, two things, if I could do both and save some time. I just want to make sure I understand the scope of the audit, because I think we want to understand how we got to where we are with the gift. And you know, the potential donors' background and financials, et cetera. And I also think we want to understand potential process breaks within the foundation's process. So will the audit get at both pieces of that, Chair Harper, or you know, one piece of that, and then there will be a separate discussion around foundation processes?
Yes, thank you for that question. The original motion did not include investigation of the donor. I would certainly accept that as a friendly amendment if that's something that you want to.
Well, when I say investigation, I want to be respectful of the potential donor. I only want to understand the financial wherewithal to make this size of a gift. I don't want to go any further than that, because I do want to be respectful of the donor. So that would be my friendly amendment, but also my question is, we do have some concerns about our own internal processes within the foundation. Will this audit get at those, or would that be a separate discussion?
One of the things that I consider, so as it relates to the financial wherewithal, I can add that to the motion. As it relates to the processes of the foundation, one of the things I considered was in the recommendation of corrective action to also suggest best practices in the context of the FAMU Foundation. Would that cover what you're?
Well, it will cover, Chair. It's just that I'm thinking about this audit. One, I don't want to make it too broad because I want the results quickly. So what I want to understand is, what were the processes followed on our campus? I'd love to understand a little bit more of the potential donor. 3, there clearly needs to be some work on processes within the foundation, and we may say, for expediency's sake, let's handle the first 2, and the third may be, you know, a follow-up, and I'm okay with. And then as I look at this and I think this thing through, because all of the people around the table from an audit and compliance standpoint functionally report to the board, but administratively report to the president, I just want to be sure that we're able to operate in an untethered fashion. And I do concur that the audit should be, and I know we're kind of backward. I agree with Trustee Klatt on this point, because it should be coming from the audit committee, but I understand where we are, but I think the audit chair would probably agree. We need to do the audit, and I think the audit needs to be run directly through the board's audit chair with administrative oversight from university employees, i.e. contracts, et cetera. But I think we want to make sure that this audit is able to take place untethered, uncompromised, uninfluenced by any university employee. So that would be my friendly amendment to your motion.
Okay. So I will give me just a moment and I will read the revised motion. Okay. I move that the board hire an external firm to perform a complete investigation of the major gift since its inception, to determine what happened, to perform a complete audit and analysis of the university's compliance with policies, processes, and financial controls, to, and this is where I need to revise, to understand you said financial wherewithal of the donor. You're muted.
We don't agree with the first sentence.
I'm sorry, what's that? Well, let me finish this. So you were correct, Chair Harper, in my statement, but I think there's objection to my statement from Trustee Klatt.
Okay, so I'm not going to include that, but what I've added is to produce a report that reflects best practices, as well as to recommend any correct. Let me start. I move to hire an external firm to perform a complete investigation of the major gift since its inception to determine what happened, to perform a complete audit analysis of the university's compliance and policies, processes, and financial controls, to recommend any corrective actions and process policy changes to the FAMU Foundation, and to produce a report that reflects best practices under the leadership of the Board of Trustees Audit Chair.
Yeah. Correction, Chair Harper. There were three pieces, right? One was how the process evolved on our own campus. Number two is, let's say, for lack of a better term, the true resource pool of potential donor, right, to a limited degree. And number three, which is foundational processes. And my question or my reco is maybe we separate the three. We go with the first two now, and you and Chair LeBou can decide potentially on an approach to look at the foundational best practices from the standpoint of dealing with major donors communication, how NDAs are processed, because, one of the questions that I'll have downstream is, did we ever push back or redline the NDA to give us more latitude in our discussions? But I'll save that for a few minutes later.
Okay, so I've removed the statement around any process changes for the foundation board. Thank you, Trustee Lawson. I do see Trustee Gibbons' hand and Trustee Washington as well, and Trustee Perry. To clarify, is your
Madam Chair?
We'll that.
Okay, Madam Chair, two quick things. Trustee Klatt, while I appreciate everything that you said, this is an unprecedented meeting. It's called a special meeting for a reason. We don't know the depths or the magnitude of what happened in this situation. And so there could be possibly some criminal violations and other things that could be involved in this whole transaction. And so I do support the chair in terms of making sure that we have external folks. It should sit not with the committee. It should sit with the chair of the compliance and audit and allow him to work with Mr. Malachewski and any other staff to enter into an agreement to move the investigation forward so that we can get facts. We didn't receive those facts prior to this. We didn't get anything prior to this. And now everybody gets on here and we're all talking about processes and procedures. We don't even know what those are and how they exist. And so as any good businessman, you don't interject yourself, right, into an investigation. You take in the facts so that those can be cleared or not cleared. We know specific violations that happen and other things. And now we're dumping in here where we're going to go and do all these things at the foundation and all that stuff. Yesterday or Monday, I think it was, the DSO committee has already voted to come and bring before the board, again, being transparent, including having integrity and accountability, where we will come forward and we will have the discussion about all DSOs and doing a deep dive into bylaws and other things. We've had that discussion. We are here today to do one thing, and that is to find out the facts related to this particular donation, what happened, when it happened. I'm sitting here with over 100 questions that are written here right now. Right now, we need to move on and get an independent person. You can go talk to the board, you can talk to anybody you want to, But here's what I'm going to share with you. I have gotten calls from alumni. I've gotten calls from a lot of FAMU faithful, folks who are donors, and so many other things. This should not have happened. And in light of that, we need to get the facts, not play around with this, not do anything that makes everybody else feel good, because this is uncomfortable. I'm upset that I have to sit here and be doing this right now when all it took was normal due diligence. I had a journalist tell me that I don't know how these people worked on this for 6 months, and I got the information that I got in 2 days. So let's stop with all the friendly amendments and all this other stuff, and let's get down to the business at hand, which is provide some leadership as a trustee and as a fiduciary. And as far as the NDA, Madam Chair, the NDA does not preclude anybody on any campus. I've been a trustee for over 20 years in this community college system. I've also on another board. And Judge Perry is as capable of any expert in this country when you're talking about legal matters. And I will share with you that whoever signed any document, any NDA, is acting as an agent on behalf of this board, because the power and the fiduciary responsibility lies with us. And so, Madam Chair, I hear what we're saying about all these other things. That's fine, well, and dandy, but we're sitting here because somebody did something wrong, unfortunately. And now we need to move forward and get an outside investigation. Put this in Mike White's hands as chair of audit and compliance. Let him negotiate whatever firm that we see fit and move this process forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And with that, Trustee Washington, is your comment related to the motion that's on the floor? If not, I'd like to move us to a vote, please.
Yes, I would like to say, and I appreciate you trying to move this forward, but I think, perhaps we got a little bit ahead of ourselves in doing the motion, because what you're hearing, I think, is a bit of frustration from some of the board members who would like some additional clarification. What I did appreciate, I was able to listen on the foundation board meeting, and they actually were able to ask some questions, questions that may be our internal questions or questions that they had received from different constituencies who had reached out to them. So I appreciate, the expeditiousness of trying to move this forward, but what you're hearing is a sentiment of frustration from a number of us who are very disappointed at this happening, and what feels like an attempt to prevent us from being able to address some of those concerns. And so what I would ask, we are respectful of, the fact that many of us have questions. We would all like to move forward to a conclusion, but, if there are questions, directly that we could ask of President Robinson or staff today, that we would be able to do that.
Absolutely. And that is absolutely intent, is to be able to ask questions as well. So at this point, I'd like to call for the vote.
Unreadiness.
Okay, your unreadiness, sir.
My unreadiness is, one, if we're going to talk about going forth with an investigation and then you're going to interrogate possible witnesses now, you're going to compromise your investigation. That's all I'm going to say. If you want to go forward, you're going to ask for an independent investigation by an outside agency to gather the facts, but now we're going to do our own interrogation. This has nothing to do with the day-to-day operations of the university. We're asking an outside agency to come in and tell us what happened so we can formulate policy to deal with it. I also have heard that the foundation is conducting an investigation. You cannot have two investigations going on at the same time. You just can't. That's ludicrous.
Thank you for that, Trustee Perry. I'm sorry.
So that I'll finish my comments, but and that's it. I just don't think we need to move forward with questions, but you satisfied my unreadiness by letting me speak my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Perry. I do want to clarify that during last week's FAMU Foundation meeting, the approved vote was to evaluate through a multidisciplinary, multi-committee to evaluate the bylaws, processes, procedures, et cetera. And so the foundation is not, to my knowledge, conducting any external investigation.
Again, the Board of Trustees is the ultimate authority.
Yes.
And they're going to be going over the same things that we're going to be going over. And the danger is commingling with two separate committees doing the same thing. The board can vote to do whatever we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And so what I also heard you say, Trustee Perry, and especially given your efforts within the law field, is that questions today by the trustees could compromise an independent investigation. Did I hear you correctly?
That's correct. You know, if we're going to serve as the fact-finding folks now, you might as well not have an investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that insight, I will certainly open it up for commentary, but would ask, depending on the outcome of this motion, we'll determine that at that time. Is there any further unreadiness before we call for the vote?
Yes.
Trustee Klatt, you're recognized, and Trustee Lawson.
So again, I think Judge Perry made some good comments, right? As far as the investigation that takes place, and then us allowing people to ask questions prior to the investigation. And then I also understand the Vice Chair's comments, because quite a few of us have some comments in regards to what has happened. As a board, which I don't know how to navigate because of the system that we operate in, as a board, we need to decide what are the first two steps we want to take place right now. Because as the Vice Chair mentioned, he has some similar comments that I have. The president of the university, our only employee, has made a comment that he did not inform the board. He did not inform the foundation board chair prior to this happening. That's an admission right there. The chair of the board of trustees, you mentioned that you were there. They talked to you in photo op of taking it. We understand that. But as a board, you represented the board by sitting at the table and signing a document. And we have a problem with that as well. And we also back to another photo op where the board chair was there to sign on with someone else the board had not been consulted on. So those are the issues that we have right now, yet we're trying to vote on having an external audit. We already have the people that said they did not include the board of trustees. They did not include the foundation board. Yes, there are some processes that we want looked at from the foundation. The president of the university, our employee, has said he did not tell them. I understand we want to find out if that is a true fact. So we as a board, we need to find out what are the first two steps we're looking for to happen. So number one for me just happened, my public acknowledgement that I am not happy with the president of the university making that decision. I'm not happy with the president of the university asking the board chair to sit here in a photo op and do this. I'm not happy with the board chair for sitting there in a photo op and doing this, knowing or not knowing, because we are the governing body. We don't do things without asking questions. That's why we're here. The university did things without asking questions. So we can't apologize in 30 seconds and it's gone. So as a board, what are the two steps? And as the chair, you need to lead us to what does the board want the next two steps to be?
Thank you, Trustee Klatt. And what do you want the next steps to be? I recognize Trustee White and Trustee Reed. I do want to recognize that it is also 3:57.
I think that as a board, we need to take a look at number one, our one employee who has made the comments. And I really relish the comments that the past NAA president Collins made, as far as I support the university. I support the president on the academic side. We have some management issues from the president's office. My performance reviews over the past few years have noted that. As a board, we've been silent on some things. In our last board meeting, a motion was made to remove the $1 million authorization on the president. I voted against that. Here we are, a prime example. We need those types of removals. So as a board, let's stop reacting and let's be the adults in the room and let's set some policies and some guidance going forward. Last comment, I heard very recently Tom Brady, a person who I'm not a fan of, made a comment. Somebody asked him about the Deflategate. Brady made a comment that the NFL spent $20 million to investigate Inflategate. When the commissioner of the university, all he had to do was ask him, commissioner of the NFL, all he had to do was ask, and he would have told him, yeah, I did it. So they wasted $20 million. So if we move forward with hiring a firm, we need to know what those costs are ahead of time. So what does the board want to do?
Thank you, Trustee Klatt. Trustee White, you're recognized, followed by Trustee Reed.
Thank you, President Robinson, Madam Chair. What I will say is, and this is something that I'm a quote unquote baby on the board, and also as one of the youngest ones, I understand my position, but one of the things I've always had trouble with being on this board is that I feel like I know nothing that's going on. I'm the last one to hear what's going on. To be honest, it would have been great to celebrate in the opportunity to see our institution receive one of the largest gifts that any HBCU has ever received. I felt sick not even having that opportunity to celebrate in that opportunity. I feel like there is too many times that we, as the board, with decisions that are made, and then we're having to take time out of our busy days. We're not paid for these positions. We're not paid for these roles. These are things that we do out of the kindness of our heart. And it takes a lot to stand up here and to be able to deal with these. These are definitely tough conversations that need to happen. The comment I will make is, as a leader and owner of a company, if one of my presidents decided to sign an NDA on something that happened to do with my company and then not tell me what that NDA was about or anything, I would have definitely been upset. And so to hear how everything has played out and the different things that have happened and transpired over this time it's a little upsetting. I would say the other thing I was very disappointed about is the fact that on Sunday, when questions did come out, the institution decided to double down and say we did our due diligence. To me, that was a lack of oversight. And it's like, why double down if we have not done that? And so, as much as I do not want to lead this agreed upon procedures report, which it probably will end up being based upon AICPA rules. So as I do have to lead that, I do want to I want to make sure that I do connect with, have a great relationship with him and Rika. The whole board, whatever we decide to do, investigate or review, whatever you want to call it. To me, we have to get down to the nuts and bolts of what is going on. Why is transparency seem to be lacking? Why is management feeling is that they do not have to tell us their key insight, big and key one? Our policies and procedures needed to be buttoned up? Like, those are the things that need to be identified, and we really need to get down to the nuts and bolts of it. I am a proud graduate of Florida A&M University, proud graduate of SBI. I put my money where my mouth is. I have donated quite a bit to this university, and I will continue to love and support this university. This university has been going on for 136 plus years, And it's my job and our role is to make sure that we give those opportunities for another 136. So as we do this review, we need to understand what's going on so that we can move into the future and to see who all was responsible for this this lapse of judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee White. Trustee Reed, you're recognized.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Maybe just a couple of quick comments. I mean, I think we're all very passionate about this topic, and it's evident by the number of participants we have on this call. One thing I think we're all trying to get to is fundamentally transparency, and I think the way that we get to this transparency is via an independent third-party review. I think that is necessary, but we can't have an exhaustive process where we don't get any information until it's complete. So we fundamentally need to break it down where we first get an assessment of what truly happened so that we get transparency to what occurred holistically. I think Trustee Gibbons made a very good point in terms of we have a portion of the information, we don't have all the information. And that's what a third-party investigation will allow you to be able to have. And I understand, Trustee Clapp, that you said the president has basically taken responsibility for this, which we understand, but we don't know what he's taking responsibility for until we have someone fully investigated and are able to basically come back to this body and the rest of the FAMU community with, here is all that has transpired and fundamentally what that looks like. And then I think as a board, once we get this information back, and we make decisions around what are the next steps going forward. I think we can't take any action until we understand what that is from an independent third party. We've gotten a lot of information from many sources, but fundamentally, until we get it from a third party that's fundamentally going through the due diligence of running that process, we won't have an understanding of all aspects of what took place here so that we can then take the matter forward swiftly. And I think that's where we all need to get relatively swiftly moving to sports. So the motion you made, Madam Chair, in terms of how we proceed with the friendly amendments that were made, I fully support that. I do not think we need to have any more discussion on the topic and let that external information be what provides us with the opportunity to then ask more questions and then go forward from there.
Thank you, Trustee Reed. I think you raise a very good point as it relates to milestones and regular updates and the need for a swift investigation. Trustee Stone, Trustee Crossman, and then we will vote unless someone calls for the question. You're recognized, Trustee Stone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'm a FAMU graduate, and hearing the news about the potential donation really excited me. But the fallout, my own personal diligence, everything I've read has been really disappointing. Even the calls that I've taken to really digest this matter have been quite hollow in evidence that that you would need to even facilitate this process. And so, to be clear, even today, once this meeting started, right, this is new information that I didn't even have, right? The only thing I knew was the photo and who's in it and seeing some of the documents, who signed the documents, right? And so thinking about a motion and an external investigation, I get it. It makes sense. That's what we're ultimately going to need. But if like there's just base level information that could be helpful here to better understand the scope. I think the scope here is, and the implications could be much wider than passing a motion today with the information that we have, right? So I don't know if there's a milestone here where, we can have just whether it's an internal report or just somebody that, can summarize what is it that we exactly know? What is it that are the facts today? At any level, as a trustee of this university, that's important for me to know to determine what the next steps are going to be. So although I agree in the motion to have an external investigation, it feels like we need more information to even put the scope on that investigation to really move forward there. So that's just my 2 cents, but nonetheless, really disappointed in the information flow. We can talk about what happened, but how do we get the information to really work through this and have a heads up, I think, all parties, quite frankly, could have done a much better job at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Crossman.
Yes, thank you, Chair Harper. I agree with the motion and what you and Vice Chair Gibbons are recommending. I just want to add this as a subject matter. If anyone follows me on social media, what they will note is I promote FAMU a lot, and it's 100% positive. If I have a negative issue, negative comment on FAMU, I go to somebody that's responsible in that area and talk it out privately. My public comments are always positive, but that's just my choice, and I encourage others to consider that. How this relates to this subject, and Chair Harper, I was really feeling empathy when you were talking about your situation with the photo op. When the announcement came out, I of course didn't know anything about it, but when I saw it, because it came through the university, I trusted it to be 100% accurate. I then shared it to my social media. Because I did that, I've now gotten negative social media at me and questioning my integrity because I trusted what came out from the university. You're getting some negativity in this meeting because you trusted. You were standing there and you were asked, and because of the relationship, trusted. So there's a violation of trust. And so the question really comes is, how do we repair that trust? It makes me wonder, like, did President Robinson and others not tell us they don't trust us? And now that are we violated? We need to, how do we now move forward and rebuild that trust? And so the investigation part is important. All of that matters. There's a lot that needs to come out there. My bigger question is that how do we repair that trust? And so that needs, in my opinion, go to some more proactive steps of transparency, like Trustee Stone just mentioned, and also some deeper questions of like, what's going on here that people were not included. When I thought about this situation, I don't understand why you wouldn't go back to this donor and say, hey, look, we're going to add 2 people to this, Lisa LeBou and Judge Perry. That is a simple thing. If that would have happened, none of this would have happened. So why would you not lean into the resources you have? And that is a deep question, I think, that has to get answered. And we're not going to answer it today, but I think you trusted and it hurt you, Harper. I trusted it hurt me. I'm still going to post lots of positive things. That's never going to change. But we need to get that vetted out through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. And it would have been nice for the chair of the Board of Trustees to be aware of the gift agreement as well. And that did not occur as it should have. I see 2 hands, and I know we do have a motion on the floor. Vice Chair Gibbons and then Trustee Lawson.
Madam Chair, I thought that Trustee Clatt, Stone, and Reed all made very good points, especially Trustee Clatt as it relates to what are the next 2 steps. I appreciate your motion. I guess what I would like to do is let's separate these things out, make a motion, and then talk about next steps to make a motion to have a third party outside investigation. I think one of the things that we've left out, I appreciate all discussion around transparency and integrity, but we're also leaving out of this discussion about accountability. And that's what this investigation is going to be about holding people accountable, or individuals, or maybe not. Maybe they did do this right, or did as close to right as they could. This is about also accountability, and the third party should be independent, and it should do deep dives all the way down to not we keep talking about the university's rules, policies, and procedures. Great. What about if there were federal, state, and local laws that were violated? We won't know that. So we really do, to Trustee Clatt's point, really do need to outline this, turn it over to the chair of compliance and audit, so that when it comes back, whatever comes back, we can make some clear and decisive decisions or not about where this has gone or went. Let me just be clear about this. I graduated from SBI. I know Shantae Friday-Stroud. I don't ever believe in any way, shape, or form her intent was to be put in this situation, nor Larry Robinson. But now that we are here, I think Dr. Friday-Stroud, who was my professor, would tell you, you have to follow processes and procedures now so that we can gain back that trust that Trustee Crossman talked about. And so, Madam Chair, I guess when I get to this point, I don't want to belabor this. We should make a motion. It should be on an outside third party to do a deep dive on all those things, from rule, policies, procedures that were followed, weren't followed. How did we get to this point? Who was the main person, not the main person? Document signing, all the way down to were there federal, state, and local laws violated, so that we know all the implications related to this particular transaction to protect what we keep talking about we love, which is our beloved FAMU. This has nothing to do with individuals. This has everything to do with protecting the integrity and the brand of Florida A&M University.
I couldn't agree with you more, and we'll share a revised motion that addresses some of the comments. Trustee Lawson, you're recognized.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try not to repeat what a lot of my colleagues have said, but I thought Trustee Reed did a great job of summarizing where we are in next steps. But the only thing that I would add is, with this motion that I support, Chair, between yourself and Chair White, I would ask for a detailed timeline of key events and activities so that we all stay apprised, because clearly what we're dealing with is a transparency issue. We're dealing with a collaboration issue or lack thereof. We're dealing with other departments that had to sign off on these things and validate them. I'd like to better that. And at the end of the day, it is going to become an accountability issue. We're going to need to make some decisions as a board on how we move forward. But to not be premature, we need these facts. So, Chair Harper, I'm supporting your motion, but asking for a timeline to be included.
Yes.
Hey, Chair Harper, just real quick to that. Chair, Trustee Lawson, I'm fine with that in the motion. The only thing that I would worry about is, why don't we let the person who is leading the investigation come back with that timeline in the motion? Because we don't know how long the person that is going to be doing the evaluation would have to almost give us what he or she thinks would be an appropriate
I would agree.
time.
I mean, there has to be conversation with the firm to agree on timelines, but I just, in the spirit of communication, I just want to make sure that that's a part of the motion, such that Chair White and Chair Harper will own getting us a timeline after those discussions with the third party.
Yeah,
agreed.
Okay.
Trustee
So check this out
Harper,
for size.
Trustee Harper, if I may, Trustee Gibbons, were you making a separate motion, or were you looking to make a friendly amendment to the very long motion that is currently been revised?
I will let the chair decide. I'm happy to make the motion the way I did, and then we can have, after we up or down the motion, we can have further discussion about how we move that agenda forward, because I wholeheartedly agree with Trustee Klatt that there has to be a first step and then a second step, and then we move forward and wait for information. So whatever Chair Harper feels like is most appropriate, you can take mine or somebody else's motion.
Okay, because Chair Harper, it appears that there are now 3 friendly amendments to your initial motion. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what is being, it was motion, it wasn't seconded, there was discussion and unreadiness. So I'm just trying to find out the status.
No,
of
her
your
motion
initial.
was seconded.
I'm getting ready to read the revised motion, which includes
Thank
the
you.
friendly amendments that I have accepted.
Okay.
I moved it.
And it was seconded, Madam General Counsel, it was seconded. I seconded the motion.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification, Trustee Gibbons.
Okay. I move that the Board of Trustees hire an external firm to perform a complete investigation of the major gift since its inception to determine what happened, compliance with applicable policies, processes, and financial controls, to recommend any corrective actions with a written report under the leadership of the Board of Trustees Audit Chair, with regular updates to the Board of Trustees based on the timeline established by the external firm. That revised motion.
If it needs a second, I'll second.
Okay. A friendly amendment doesn't require a second, but I appreciate your support, Vice Chair Gibbons.
No, I think that you should just change the motion to that one, honestly.
Okay. So Wallace, should I rescind my original motion and make a new motion? Or can this motion that I just read be applicable and stand?
That's up to you if you want to rescind it and make a new motion, Chair.
Okay, I'll keep it as is. I do see Trustee May, and then we will vote.
Yes, I just want to say from a student perspective and on behalf of the student body that I do agree that we do need an independent investigation because this has shown a negative light on our university, which is a direct representation of the students.
Thank you, Trustee. Okay, call for the question does end debate. So at this time, I will ask Attorney Barge Miles to conduct a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Ali? Trustee Ali?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes or no? You have to vote the motion up or down.
Can we still have sort of discussions, or we have to vote? Can I have an
You have
input?
to vote.
Unfortunately, the question has been called, so you have to vote yay or nay at this time.
I'm gonna vote yes.
Trustee Klatt?
I vote yes for an independent audit. And I also want to make known that if the audit firm gives us regular updates, we have to remember that as soon as we hang up, people are going to say the chair was a part of this as far as the photo. So who are the updates going to with the board?
Trustee Crossman?
Yes.
Trustee Figurs?
Yes.
Can you come on camera, Trustee Figurs, so we can confirm that that's you? Trustee Gibbons?
Yes.
Trustee Harper?
4.
Trustee Lawson?
Yes.
Trustee May?
Bruv.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Trustee Perry?
Yes.
Trustee Reed? Trustee Stone?
Yes.
Trustee Washington?
Yes.
Trustee White?
Yes.
I can go back to Trustee Reed. Could I go
Yes.
back to Trustee Reed because he had lost his connection? Trustee Reed, if you could read the motion again so that Trustee Reed could hear it, Chair?
Yes. I move that the Board of Trustees hire an external firm to perform a complete investigation of the major gift since its inception to determine what happened, compliance with applicable policies, processes, and financial controls, and to recommend any corrective actions with a written report under the leadership of the Board of Trustees Audit Chair with regular updates to the Board of Trustees based on the timeline established by the external firm.
And we need your vote, Trustee Reed, yes or no? We can't hear you.
I support.
Chair Harper, the motion was approved unanimously.
Thank you so much, Attorney Barge Miles. Is there any additional discussion for this meeting? I see Trustee Lawson, Washington, and then Gibbons in that. Oh, I'm sorry, Ali. You also had we're going to start with you. Ali, Washington, Lawson, and Gibbons. Trustee Ali, you're recognized.
So with all the respect for the motion, this is a special board meeting. And we are here to just listen about what was going on the proposed gift. So I feel like most of the directions today was around shaping the motion, but not the discussion about the special meeting. That we actually have a special board meeting today about the proposed gift. So I was hoping to gain some more insight and have some discussions, and then maybe move the motions and any actions to the next board meeting. And our next board meeting is on the 29th in Tampa. So I was hoping to have not just a motion for 1 hour and shaping the motion from the Board of Trustees, but I was hoping for discussion related the main topic that we are really all here today, like the special board meeting regarding the proposed gift. So I feel this is big deal. If we get $270-something million gift, and we are in a new door for like dealing with big donors and big gifts. So my concern is from fundraising perspective, when we run investigations and taking actions, maybe some other big donors with the social media, with that public, Board of Trustees meeting, they might have a concern to give us some fund in the future. So I agree with John that we have to always in social media, like in public meetings, to just put some positive outcomes. We need facts, and I agree with that. We might don't know a lot of what's going on, but that's why we have that special board meeting today. So this is my discussion. I was willing to understand more about, or I came here for 1 hour to understand more about the proposed gift. That was actually the main topic for the meeting, but not a motion and shaping a motion for 1 hour and some minutes, So this is how I see it. Like we spend more than 1 hour just having a motion of collecting information, and transparency, bringing some more other firm to run and get some more inside information for us. I want to, as John mentioned, I want to trust first. So I want to see what's whoever handled the gift, what's their perspective about the gift, what's the information coming from the gift. And from my understanding, reading all the Board of Trustees policy and procedures, the board doesn't run the university. It's a government body to support. So this is how I see it. So the Board of Trustees is, the BOT is just it's very important role, but we need some information for, that's why we came up all together for the special meeting today. And I did read the agenda that we're gonna gain some insight and information and data or facts about what was going on in the gift. That's actually my question for you, Madam Chair Harbour. Can I get some information after 1 hour, not shaping a motion or voting for a motion? We still have a lot of time to do this.
Yes, I do appreciate your comments, Trustee Ali. And what I will say is that the president serves the board has a role of governance and fiduciary responsibility for the university. And so I wish this conversation could have been shorter, but it is important that we take the necessary steps around diligence and understanding where we are, why we got here, and taking the necessary steps to move forward. And as frustrating as it might be that it's been over almost an hour and a half to get to this point, what is necessary is that an external, what the board has voted on is unanimously, is that an external third party is in the best position to gather all of the facts and to ask all of the questions. So I know that many trustees have been having a multitude of conversations, email exchanges with the administration, et cetera. And I would ask, and I certainly will defer to Trustee White, Chair of the Audit Committee, but I would ask that if there are any additional questions as it relates to this gift agreement, that they be shared with our board liaison to influence the scope of the investigation that has been approved. So thank you very much, Trustee Ali. Trustee Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Harper, and I hope this will be quick. I know we've had conversations about the current and that Dr. Friday-Stroud is no longer the executive director. My hope is that, or my question to you is that maybe at the next board meeting, can we get an understanding of how in this interim phase between, last week and the time that the investigation is done and policies and procedures are enhanced, how we plan to deal with and the processes and procedures we will put in place in that interim? That would be helpful.
Yes. How will the gifts in the interim? Can you repeat the request so I make sure that it is captured?
Yes.
And I also want to say, Dr. Ali, I am committed that in our meetings, there will be updates on this as well, including the board meeting at the end of this month. We want to let everyone know, with various people who have consulted on this matter, who have expertise, the answers will come out in the investigation. And so we cannot, that may preclude us from making comments until the investigation continues. Go ahead, Trustee Washington. Would you mind repeating the request?
Yes, the request is just in the interim, the university be handling any incoming or currently pending donations.
Thank you. I will either add that to the agenda or ask that the administration share that information prior to our next full board meeting. Trustee Gibbons,
I
is
thought
your
Lawson
hand
was
up?
next. I'm sorry.
He put his hand down. I'm not sure.
I
Trustee
put my
Gibson, did
hand
you have
down.
a
I was
comment?
able to address my issue, Chair Harper.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have two quick things. I think to just class question, I think was an excellent question. During any investigation, whoever this third party is that we engage, that all questions be sent to that individual from trustees if they have questions, only to that individual, who would act as probably, it sounds like it may be independent audit or law firm or something of that nature, so that we are not violating the sunshine. So whoever that individual is can contact us independently. That's number one. Number two, Madam Chair, and this is not a criticism, it is just to protect us again. I would ask for, I'm gonna bring a motion forward that to direct by the board that we ask Dr. Robinson not to make any personnel changes during this time, as it would look suspicious, fishy, whatever, at the current time while we have an investigation going on, to be moving deck chairs around. So I offer that as a motion that we please ask the president, our only employee, to not have any personnel moves during this particular time that the investigation is going on.
So let me address that and then ask for a second if there is one. I think your suggestion to send questions directly to the firm that is hired is a good one. So I rescind the suggestion that I made earlier to send it to the board liaison. So thank you for that. It's been moved to ask Dr. Robinson not to make any personnel changes during the investigation. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
It's been properly moved and seconded that Dr. Robinson not make any personnel changes during the investigation. I do have a clarifying question, Trustee Gibbons. Is that related to his direct reports? Because the president is responsible for the entirety of the operations of the university.
I would, it's a little difficult because we don't know, again, we don't have the facts related to the total brevity of this gift and what happened. So let's start with the direct reports and leave it at that.
Or maybe for clarity, anyone involved in the gifting agreement?
Yes. I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Can I add a proposed amendment as well? This is Platt.
You're recognized, Trustee Platt.
Should we, from a legal standpoint, ask Trustee Perry and General Counsel what that answer should be, or to provide some comments on that, so that we're making sure that we're legal? And
Yes.
should there be a deadline on that? Should that be over the next 6 months, over the next year? I understand we said the investigation, but we need to drive the investigation to happen quickly. So if we put a deadline, I think that helps.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Clyde. I apologize for interrupting. I do want to seek the counsel of the general counsel and anyone else who needs to weigh in, because the president does have specific authority, as noted in some of the regulations. So General Counsel Wallace, I see that you have unmuted. Go ahead, General Counsel Wallace.
Trustee Greer, were you saying something? He has his hand up. Okay, what I was saying.
All I was going to say is you can make a recommendation to the president. You cannot compel him, because we only have one employee. You can make a recommendation, and that's as far as we can go. And it is to make that, whether he wants to follow that recommendation or not. But if we compel him, it is my understanding that is a SACS violation.
Madam Chair, if I could,
Please,
to save you the expense of a motion, a second, and discussion, I do accept that advice from the Board of Trustees with one question, and that is, as you know, we're in the early stages of discussions with AGB regarding an interim, right, for the Foundation Board of Directors, and I like the board's thoughts on that as well. Otherwise, I accept that recommendation wholeheartedly.
And may I ask, just for clarity, you're talking about direct reports and not the whole of the personnel responsibilities that reside with the president?
My clarified Trustee Gibbons' motion to say only those associated with the gift agreement, because it is a large institution with a lot of moving parts and pieces.
Correct.
I would agree to that.
My question is this a recommendation or directive? If it's a recommendation, in my opinion, based upon my experience, a recommendation that he can follow or not follow is fine. But when you directly tell him on personnel matters, that has a high likelihood of being a SACS violation.
You're correct, Trustee Perry.
General, please.
Trustee Perry, you're correct. So I was thinking, Dr. Robinson said he was taking it as a recommendation in which he would act upon.
I have grave concerns around. I have grave concerns around taking action as it relates to personnel beyond the president. There are a handful of direct reports to the president who the org chart report, but work on behalf of the board. And I don't want this board to create any procedures or put anything for the university operations at risk. And so I have grave concerns about personnel actions.
So Madam Chair, I will leave it as a motion.
Trustee Gibbons, you're right.
Sorry, I will leave it as a motion, but as a recommendation. So that the board is taking the recommendation.
Trustee, you have a comment?
Yes. As a procedural matter, I asked for comments from the judge and general counsel, and we didn't let general counsel finish. So again, we're not following processes. So can we have general counsel, who's supposed to know the answer to this, give us commentary, please? Uninterrupted.
Under the board's regulations, the president is vested with the authority to hire and remove all actions. So, and there are some direct reports of his that directly report that also report to the board. As Judge Perry corrected out, doing anything short of suggesting that he not make any personnel decisions, and he takes it under advisement, he can either agree to it and not agree to it, but having the board direct him to do so may be a violation of sex.
If I may, let's take
Trustee
the
Lawson, you're
president
recognized.
let's take the president at his word. And for clarity, we're only asking or suggesting that he not make moves only for those individuals involved in the gift agreement, but other pieces of the institution that need to be run and managed, he clearly will continue in the capacity as usual.
So the motion on the floor is to recommend that Dr.
Well, I don't think
Robinson
I don't think we need a motion, meaning that the president has agreed. We're saying only for those individuals involved in the gift agreement. We're going to take the president at his word on that issue because, you know, we will get all the other facts we need pending the investigation, because I think the concern with the motion is it butts up against some sex requirements.
Yeah.
Trustee Gibbons, but I'll hear you out on that one.
I would agree.
Recognize.
I will rescind the motion as long as Dr. Robinson said he agreed to that. But also, I would just caution him, because the foundation was involved in this, and we're talking about putting folks at foundations and all that, that we be careful about doing anything related to the foundation. And so he's taken under advisement. So I will revise my motion and rescind it.
Thank you, Trustee Gibbons.
Thank you. I do want to clarify, what was the conclusion, Dr. Robinson, as it relates to the hiring of the executive director and vice president for your advancement?
I do accept this recommendation. However, I have some concerns about the longer term interim, right, who is not a employee through the AGB, a person who could be used to even assist this body and the foundation board as they work through procedures and processes that can enhance operations there. Right now, as you know, the temporary solution, and I'm so pleased that he agreed to this, is that Dr. Donald Palm, my COO, would serve in that capacity until further notice. Okay.
Thank you. And that recommendation from the trustees who have spoken up only affects those who were involved in the gift agreement. So that would not impact any future hires. Okay. Is there any other discussion that needs to come before the board? Trustee Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we've had a lot of discussion, but let me this. While we look to find out what happened, we also must be thankful for those prior to this incident that brought us record numbers in giving. And I would like to personally thank Dr. Friday-Stroud for all of her good years in the foundation. She gave record giving, and I don't want her to ever forget that. I personally, and I hope this board thanks her, because nobody has raised the type of money that she has been. And for those of you who were not on the board, I'm not going to call a name. We lived through a nightmare. So I just want to thank her as we move forward for the outstanding job that she has done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Perry, and I concur. Thank you so much, Dr. Friday-Stroud, for your leadership and leading us to record high philanthropy over the past few years. Trustee May, you're recognized.
So being that this incident has, hit the news a lot, how will the university mitigate any potential negative impacts on its financial stability and, more importantly, the reputation of the university?
Yes. How will the university mitigate? Can you repeat that one more time?
Yes. How will the university mitigate any potential negative impacts on not only the financial stability, but the reputation of the university?
Yeah,
for the president.
Could I take a shot at that, Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
Right, so in light of an impending investigation, I will say very little about this incident itself. I think enough has been said. A lot more will come out when this investigation is done. I think it's our job, as you heard from Trustee Crossman to continue to push out positive stories about FAMU. And there are tons out there. So working with you and your fellow students to get the word out that we're still in business. We are financially sound. By the way, this gift would have made a huge difference, but we were not dependent upon this gift for our operations. It would allow us to do some things that we had only imagined up at this point. So we'll get those messages out, and we need your collective help. I understand that FAMU's financial status is strong. We just went through a financial statement audit with no findings, and that attached to it is not just my opinion, it's the opinion of professionals who are independent who played a role in that assessment as well. So we'll continue to push out positive messages. We can never put enough of those out there, but I will not let this investigation be commenting on this. I will say that even today, I believe it was $225,000 we received a gift from SheLovesThee. So there are still people out there who have tremendous faith in you, the students of Florida A&M University, because that's why so many of them are making these investments. We have to get that word out, make that our primary collective duties in the days and weeks ahead.
Thank you. Trustee Gibbons, is your hand still raised? Or is that a leftover?
No, I would like to echo the sentiments of Judge Perry about the foundation. I think, up until this point, we have had record numbers, and for that, it's unfortunate where we are, but we must start to move the brand, the university, and this board forward.
Thank you. And as I shared earlier, this has certainly been an unfortunate situation, but I'm always committed, and I know this board is also committed to using any information that we gather and even the unfortunate situations to make us better, to make us stronger. And FAMU has been here for 136 years, and dark clouds have come, and we will get through this dark cloud, and we will get to the other side. And I'm confident that we'll be stronger and we'll be better in the end. We are also working with a communications team that is sorting through various requests, which will be shared with the board. I don't see any additional hands. I would like to thank everyone for joining, for your commitment to this institution, to this board, and most importantly, to the students, so that FAMU can continue to operate in perpetuity. Thank you so much, and have a good afternoon. This meeting is adjourned.
I thought she had to make a motion to adjourn a meeting. I thought you have to make a motion to adjourn. Don't you have to make a motion? Like all hearts and minds are clear? Let's make a motion to get rid of it. Child. I thought you were supposed to do a motion. I would like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting. She said she need to hurry up and get up off of this meeting. It was getting too hot up in there. I'm confused. How was you just gonna adjourn the meeting without a first and a second? Or no, a second. I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Almost like all hearts and minds are clear.
How you gonna fix it? You done messed me up the jobless visit. I done called the police because I'm doing a refund. A refund is due unto me. I feel like I just been abused out here. today. God ain't playing like this. You can't do the Saints like this. Boys, I don't even know what I'm gonna sit out here telling the police cars. I'm gonna sit out here telling the police cars. I'm doing refund. Cause I'm doing me. How you gonna fix it?
How are they gonna fix it? This is a mess. All right. I'm not gonna be on here for very much longer, but I am gonna pull up this gift agreement because I want to know how in the world is this lady running stuff. I did a poll earlier. I said, do you think Chris Harper should resign as well? 36% of you guys said yes. Oh, wait, hang on. It's a lot of folks voted. I'm gonna wait till it comes through. But 28% of y'all said her and the president needs to resign. About 24% said everybody in the administration needs to clear out. Lord have mercy. I want to go over this gift agreement real quick because the person that I don't know how the person who literally was involved in the scandal, how are they allowed to even run the meeting? Like your name was on the contract, and I'm getting ready to pull it up for you guys. It was a gift agreement, but it was still a contract. It had some missing parts to it, but I want to know, like, how are you guys allowing the person whose name is also on the gift agreement to be over the meeting? And then she's over there like, I didn't know nothing about it. That makes it even worse. If you're telling me you can't, that's conflict of interest right there. She kept on saying, I don't know nothing about it. That makes it even worse. Now you definitely need to resign because somehow your name ended up on this document and you claiming you don't know nothing about it. That makes it even worse for you. That means that either you signed something without doing your due diligence or we have some fraud and that needs to be investigated immediately as well. If you're saying that you didn't have nothing to do with the gift agreement and it's not your fault that it's on there. All right, let me see. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay, here. I'm going to start from the beginning because there's some people who didn't tune in the other night. So basically, this is a copy of the Isaac Batterson family 7th trust. And it was basically the gift agreement between the university and Geronimi. I think I put it in the comments so that you guys can also look at it yourself. No, there's no such thing as closed meetings. So in the state of Florida, they have what's called sunshine laws. So their meetings aren't closed. You can't have closed meetings. All right. So this is just, if you tuned in the other night, I vaguely went over this, but there's a couple of things that are really bad right here. The first thing is they don't even have a date on here. That's number one. It says this agreement is made blank day of April 2024. Now, I'm guessing that the reason why they didn't sign the actual day is because there was a line on this gift agreement that is also unsigned, and it was basically for somebody that was on the trust. Now, somebody said that Geronimi was supposed to be basically the representative for the trust, as well as acting in his own capacity, which didn't make much sense. But as you can see, first of all, it looked like Mr. Geronimi, my son can write his name better than that. That's first off. Like literally, if you look at Braxton's signature, it looks way better than that. Secondly,
Then what?
Yeah. Secondly, do you guys see this witness right here? Who does this witness say? This witness over here. Now, if I'm tripping, then maybe I'm tripping, right? But who does this witness? This witness, it looks like the name on here is Chris Harper. Chris Harper? So what Chris Harper is this? And you're telling folks out loud that you knew nothing about the donation, you knew nothing about the gift. How is your name signed on this gift agreement? How? How is your name here, but you claim you don't know anything about it? So this is the problem, Miss Harper, or Mrs. Harper, excuse me. And you know what? I'm not calling for anybody's job, but what I will say is this, a couple of things. At the highest level of HBCU administrations, when they go under time frames where they don't have a president at the helm, it can cause a lot of turmoil, instability. And so you have to look at the totality of things. In corporate America, if someone's given a task and they come back and they're like, okay, I did what I was supposed to do. I'm all good. I've done the necessary research. I've done X, Y, and Z. And this is somebody who's been at the university for 20 plus years. You trust and believe that that person did their due diligence. I don't know of any area in corporate America where the head honcho, who of course it'll all fall on to the president, but who's going to say, let me go ahead and do my own research as well. So you not only have, and for Chris Harper, you should have been asking those questions as well. Was due diligence done? You over here on this meeting making it seem like you didn't know anything about it. You don't know what they're talking about. You're not responsible for it. You knew nothing. You've said several times you knew nothing about the gift agreement, but your name is in this gift agreement contract and you were doing photo ops. Smiling from ear to ear, smiling like a Cheshire cat. You can see all of them. Every last one. $237 million.
How you gonna fix it? You messed up job and now. Refund. The refund is due unto me.
Yeah, Braxton said the refund is due unto him. So, I mean, if I'm the head at the helm, I'm not going to go and check to see if Chris Harper did her due diligence. I'm not going to go check to see if all the other people did their due diligence. I'm going to trust that they did what they said they were going to do.
Hey.
I'm going to trust that they did what they said they were going to do. But Chris, you got to stop. You have to be like President Robinson. Instead of being like President Robinson and being apologetic, she's just like, I didn't know nothing about it. I didn't know nothing about it. Your name is right here. So there's a couple of things. If you didn't know anything about it and your name is on here, then that means that there's some fraud going on. Somebody literally signed your name and wasn't supposed to. If you did know about it, then you need to stop lying, because you're blatantly making statements that you knew nothing about this gift, but your name is right here. Your John Hancock is right here. I I don't see how she weathers the storm by not stepping down. And for the betterment of the university, as she was talking about how much she loves her alma mater, she needs to step down. And I feel like the rest of the other trustees, they were trying to be with restraint because, of course, you have all these folks being nosy, parlaying your business out to the streets and just, you know, speaking on it. So they didn't want to necessarily call her out, but your name is signed. And if she didn't read it, she still needs to resign. If you didn't read it and you just signed your actual name on there, you need to resign because that means that you are just signing your name. There's something really wrong with that as well. Like, you can't sign something. For all we know, that agreement could have said FAMU's gonna pay somebody $237 million. So you can't say that you didn't sign it. What needs to be said is, and she hasn't said it, so I don't know how she's gonna be able to backtrack from all of these very matter-of-fact statements. I don't know how she's going to transition to, I believed that all of the information that was in this gift agreement was true. I believed that there was $237 million worth of stock. I believe that all the due diligence was done, and that's why I signed as a witness. That's what she needed to have said. But her saying she doesn't know anything about it and your name is on here, because even though the president messed up, he said, I take full accountability. You know, he did what we call, it's like taking full responsibility for something without actually suffering consequences. And then Dr. Friday-Stroud, she was able to resign, but still hold a position at FAMU. So it's kind of like you lose out on two positions that you have, but you're still able to be within the university. So the only one that's left is Ms. Harper. And they didn't have a lawyer present. And so this just isn't the case like for contracts. So legal binding contracts, they have to have certain things in order to execute them. And so I am not a lawyer, but you have to have like a date for when this took place, and you can't have blanked openings. So basically, you can't have blank lines where there's supposed to be signatures. So he would have had to sign under there. So the document in and of itself, it's not binding. The problem is they had, because they keep on saying that they're pausing an agreement, but you guys has already made the transfer of the 14 million stocks. A financial transaction, even though these stocks aren't actually worth anything, you guys actually had a transaction where the 14 million in stocks was transferred from one Carta X account to another. So because these stocks were transferred to this account, there's certain people that had to have known, which is whoever is over the Carta X account. They had to give out the information. So this independent investigation that they plan on having, yeah, it wasn't notarized, and there clearly wasn't a lawyer present, because if there was a lawyer present, they would have told you have to have it dated. So there's just a lot of stuff going on with this. But my main concern is, of course, Ms. Harper, her lack of accountability for the contract. And Chris said that she was pushed to sign it the day of. You can't be pushed to do anything. You need to have read it. You can't, nobody can push you to do something. You could have just gave away your life and said, I will be in servitude for 100 years, and you just signed it. You don't even know what you're doing. You don't have a lawyer present. There's not a date on here. Lord. But having an independent investigation, them are some can of worms you do not want to open. Because now you're going to know, they're going to be asking those questions. They're going to want to know who knew what when. And it's not just going to, and then Miss Stroud, she seems like she's going to tell it all. She already told half the story. She basically told it all. We decided we were going to bring in some other folks from other, I guess, like there's the College of Business, but there was some other, I think there was like an agricultural side that they were going to bring in, like the Dean of Agriculture of the agricultural school. And they didn't bring them in because they signed an NDA. So I do not feel like the president should resign. There's a couple of reasons. Number one, the number one reason, of course, is the current governor, and with all the different things that he's got going on, right? I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving FAMU open without a president, with all the different things that he's came up about. Like, that's just not something you want to do right now, is to have your president open. I feel like the only people that should resign was, of course, Ms. Stroud, which she went ahead and she resigned earlier today. And then I feel like the Ms. Harper should resign, because as the chairwoman of the Board of Trustees, yeah. I don't know why they didn't make that motion. I make a motion to have Chris Harper relinquish her duties as the head chair of the Board of Trustees. Because how do you, as the head of the Board of Trustees, sign your name onto this gift agreement and it becomes false? And you did not consult with anybody on the board, and you're literally the head of the Board of Trustees. This should not have happened at all. My only problem with the president, I don't think it's just the president. Unless, okay, so if it turns out that Ms. Harper is basically saying she didn't know anything about the deal until basically the photo op, then that kind of changes some things. And Brandy, I just think like making the president of FAMU exit right now with the current governor is very risky. And from my understanding, speaking to like some FAMU alums, Dr. Robinson, aside from this turmoil with the donation, he's actually propelled FAMU through research dollars and really helped the university transition to a different phase as far as research. We can't save him because of the governor. The captainship has to go down. Woo! My problem with the president is that he was negotiating in good faith behind the backs of the university. So now it just comes to a point where it's like, can you trust your president to not sign your life away in back board dealing? So maybe they didn't present it to the board because they would have had to have it would have had to be publicized because of the sunshine laws. I'm guessing maybe that's why they didn't bring it to the rest of the board. It's interesting that the president was able to basically apologize, acknowledge that he made a misstep, and then he said that he accepted the vice president of advancement, her resignation. And then we didn't actually hear from the vice president. Like, we never actually heard from her. She didn't even speak. Let me share with you guys what was on the agenda, because what was on the agenda, they didn't even talk about it. I think one of the trustees brought it up really well, which is whatever they were supposed to be talking about, they never actually gave a gift update. Like, Miss Harper kind of kept it from even going there. So this is what was supposed to be on the agenda. It was supposed to be a call to order, a roll call done, and then a major donor gift update. They didn't do any of that. None of the stuff that was on the agenda actually happened. The only thing that Miss Harper did was she made a motion to get it evaluated by an external audit, and that's it. You over here talking about skimming off the top. There was nothing to skim. It's not real money. What they over there doing? Skimming Monopoly money? There was nothing to skim because it wasn't real. Kickbacks had to be. What kind of kickback? Imaginary kickback? There was nothing to kick because it wasn't real. It's not real money. Trying to skim. I don't know what they trying to skim. There's nothing there. But anyway, the major donor gift update, I think that's what everybody thought that they were going to talk about. We don't have any type of update other than it's not real. But I guess we really don't have any answers. The only thing that we have is that they're going to open up an investigation. He doesn't have a motive. If you're talking about Mr. Geronimi, maybe it was acknowledgement, maybe infamy. Who knows? He's tried to do this at roughly 15 other universities. He was able to successfully get some type of financial agreement with Coastal Carolina. They made their announcement in July. He didn't make the first financial commitment. And so by November, they rescinded the offer. You can't, I just want to know, how are you guys going to turn down the gift if it's already in the bank? The money is in the bank. That's what he said. So how are you going to turn down something that's already there? He enjoyed the attention. He got to be a very important person. He got his, allegedly, they said that his, FAMU paid for his lodging. They paid for him to be there at the hotel, purchased him a suit. So it's not like he didn't get something out of it. I don't think he thought it was going to backfire like he did, but he got to give a commencement speech. And just an FYI, I think giving a commencement speech, like, there's a lot of grifters, so-called motivational speakers that speak at commencements all the time, and their backgrounds may or may not be questionable. So I don't think like him speaking at the commencement, even though that was embarrassing, I don't think that was like the deciding factor in why the president should resign. Hey, Doc.
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing.
It's a big old cluster. Blah.
I don't think. Okay, so I just think Harper needs to resign, and I think that should be good enough. Them trying to do like a big investigation. What is there to investigate? We thought the money was real, and it wasn't. We kept quiet because we didn't want for it to get out at the request of the donor, which there's a lot of donors that give anonymously and they don't want their names necessarily publicized. So the only thing that I would say is that you got duped.
Yeah, they got played. They got played.
Do you think that the president should resign, though?
Do you really want my answer?
Yeah, I don't think he should resign.
I said my whole theory is whoever signed that agreement right there, all them naggers need to have pink slips.
All of the naggers?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Because the other two, I kind of made up the one at the bottom on the right. I think that was Audrey's last name Smith. I don't know.
Audrey Smith, but I don't know exactly who Audrey Smith is in relation to Jack or FAMU. Let me look up her title.
And then the other signature, it looked like you can't read it out. You can't read it out. And then clearly Miss Harper said she didn't sign it, but clearly, baby girl.
No, she didn't say. I don't think she said she signed. She didn't sign it. She just said she didn't know nothing about it, which makes her just as culpable.
Man, that lets you know that she didn't read none of that stuff at the top. The other 8 pages, right?
Of course, she knew something. Okay, so Audrey Smith is, she's College of Engineering.
Bye.
Director of Development, and
Bye.
Okay, so she looks like she's Director of Development. Now, if it was one of those things, it says Audrey Simmons Smith, Director of Development of the FAMU Foundation. Oh wow. So she's also a part of the FAMU Foundation.
Mm-hmm. And then
That's her role.
That's her role. Okay. So who's the other person that signed it? The one right above it. That's what I'm saying. Like I can't read that. It's like teacher's handwriting right there for me.
So I don't know who that is, but it's a good thing they have a messy John Hancock, because they can just.
That's what I'm saying. Like you ain't gonna know who wrote, signed that.
That's good for them.
Mm-hmm.
They might be able to keep themselves from getting fired. No, but it was interesting to see them say to try to compel, but I'm glad somebody caught it, which was don't fire anybody until this investigation is complete. Like, huh? How are you going to tell the president that he can't fire anybody right now?
That's crazy.
That's all they talked about for a whole hour. I make a motion. You didn't even let everybody share their thoughts, and you ready to already get a motion done.
Who's the guy that kept? Who's the guy that was said like? Who's that trustee?
Otis.
Yeah.
Otis wasn't playing no games. Like
he was trying to make. He would want to make perfect sense.
Let's look at the board. About the board.
Okay.
You know what? I feel like FAMU has been through a lot. It says they're working remotely because of the damage that was done. There's going to be federal, state, and county emergency management officials visiting FAMU to assess the tornado damage and storm recovery efforts. So it says the members of, there's committees of the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about that. It says the university is governed by the board of trustees, which consists of 13 members. 6 trustees are appointed by the governor, and 5 trustees are appointed by the board of governors, subject to confirmation by the Florida Senate. So maybe they just don't want to give up. When I say give up, I mean Miss Harper, maybe she doesn't want to give up her title. But the fact that she signed this and was in there, it makes her culpable
very culpable. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like what I'm saying is she's protecting the title of what she has. She's the head of the board, of trustees. So it's like, man, you signed your name to this. Like you didn't even let none of the folks on the board know what was going on. And I understand everybody's saying, well, the president didn't have to tell anybody from the foundation board or the board of trustees. But I mean, people gonna ask questions though. Okay, $237 million. That ain't just giving, you know what I'm saying? That ain't just giving out every day unless you play the lottery. Like for real. And it just And the sad thing about
look at her cheesing. All of them.
All of them.
Look at her cheesing, talking about she didn't know nothing about it.
She's
right there. Look, there's an agreement right there in his hand. Look at y'all. This is the evidence. They leaving a trail. All you got to do is look. So this is there is, I want to say that's Dr. Friday.
Yeah, that's Dr. Friday-Stroud.
Right there. Geronimi. And there's Mrs. Harper right through Robinson, and he has basically the agreement that we just looked at. Look at her in 4K.
That the Tallahassee Democrat got.
She is front and center with her FAMU green on.
She is
with her
cheesing hard like the Cleveland.
On, and they are cheesing.
She is cheesing hard like the Cleveland Indians mascot.
Oh Lord.
No, I don't think this took place after the commencement speech. This took place before.
No, they would have already signed it before.
Yeah, they've already signed it. That was before.
Let me see. Let me rewind it back. See, that's the thing. You might have took it off of their website, but the news done already picked it up and downloaded. Who is that right there? What's her name? Somebody get her on the line.
Is that Miss Audrey? What's that? Audrey Smith? Audrey Simmons Smith? Smith Simmons?
University, as we sit here with Gregory.
I don't know.
And sign this agreement on behalf of Florida University, the Durrani Family Foundation.
The $237 million gift is more
they
than
over there signing it. Lord, look at that hairline.
That boy got a great cuts hairline.
That
Great
is
clips,
that's Dr. Friday-Stroud in 4K.
Who this person right here in the green? We need to know.
Why would you be signing after the fact? They said this was
That's
after
my
the
whole
fact.
thing.
So that doesn't make any sense though for the gift agreement to be after the fact, because they had already transferred $14 million worth of, no, 14, excuse me, not $1 million. 14 million stocks were transferred to FAMU's Carta X in April. So you're telling me that you guys did a financial transaction where you guys transferred stocks before you even had a gift agreement in place? That wouldn't make any sense. So maybe unless this was like honorary or something, but not honorary, like symbolic. But it looks like
the size of the
that's how you know it's
FAMU
wrong.
endowment
Why would
value
you do this after?
and represents
There
one
she
of the
goes,
largest.
signing something and passing it along.
The size of the FAMU endowment value.
What you signing?
And represents one of the largest
And they just
single personal
transferred it on
donations
down.
to a
She
historically
signed
Black
more than
college
one
and
document,
university.
y'all. She signed more than one document. So what that means is, me just looking at it, it means that there's more paperwork than what they released to the news.
So I got a tweet earlier.
You see, she signed 2 documents. So
Yeah,
whatever they released to the news, that's not the totality of the agreement. They probably released only something to quell it. I wonder if it was destroyed, because she's signing more than one document. So they're saying that this took place after
the graduation.
So now this makes it even more confusing, right? Because you can't transfer 14 million stock through Carta X and then announce it later. You have no paperwork, no paper trail. So this is where the president can possibly get in trouble, right? Because you're utilizing FAMU's private stock exchange to transfer stock that you have no paper trail for.
So I got a tweet earlier about 20 minutes ago by Troy. He said that he talked to Carter. Said his website is a disaster. We already know that. Said his PayPal account is restricted by PayPal. He said Carter explained to him that a 409 valuation is required to issue stock, but no money backs the stock. Basically, you got played. I'm thinking it's a front.
What kind of front? Like offshore accounts or something?
Dope, man. Dope.
Dope.
I'm just saying. I'm singing the song.
Well, I don't want to be investigating if it's that. Now, if he's running money for a cartel or something, I don't need to talk about it no more. I'm good. We don't got to talk about this no more. But here's the thing. She's seen signing multiple documents. Now, whether it's the same document multiple times or whatever, my point is this. She's all smiles at this particular photo op. This looks like it's the first time that she's actually seen it. But as you can see, when people were getting smart on the internet, somebody let the cat out the bag that the stock has been sitting in there since April for over a month. So being that FAMU has sunshine laws, I know they're trying to make this NDA a thing, but I'm pretty sure the NDA probably wasn't even
it ain't worth the
properly.
It ain't worth the,
No, it probably wasn't executed properly either. Just based off of how they did this gift agreement, where there's no like date on there, it doesn't look like it was properly executed either.
Right.
It'll be interesting to see. You know,
to a
they were really
Black
excited
college
about
university.
Signing it.
To be able to give back to HBCU at this level,
Look at
it's
him with his
important
rat
to be able
love.
to
Strike,
choose,
strike,
for our
strike.
foundation, to be able to choose a university where our legacy will continue.
If you don't do nothing else, just strike. Huh? And that's the thing. Like FAMU deleted and removed everything about the donation off of all of its websites, but unfortunately, some other people still have those videos.
The NDA can't protect.
I don't really understand what he was trying to do. He said the money is in the bank. I'm just hoping that this man didn't leverage money from FAMU in some capacity. Like that he somehow didn't get money from FAMU that they're not going to be able to recover. That's the only thing, because where is the catch-22 in this? Like you said, what does he get out of doing this?
Right.
It remains a secret, right? But what if he actually was trying to get FAMU to leverage money or something like that? And they removed some money because they had all this money in there and they put it somewhere else. That's what's going to get uncovered. The hotel room, the plaque, we don't know what other things he got, right?
That suit.
We don't know if he received something else. What suit?
Hey, graduation suit. They paid for that.
You talking about this he got on right here? It's
right
wrinkled.
They paid for that.
It's wrinkled.
Hey.
Fam, you know better. As many members of, they could have got that young man a tailored suit. They better be glad they went and got him a Kohl's suit. Someone bought him food. Weird ass was trying to hide his feet with that mask. Who said they paid for this?
trying to hide his feet.
Why would they buy clothes for a billionaire? I was told that they did pay for his accommodations as far as like a hotel. Sometimes when you have a donor, they do receive like perks and stuff like that from the university. It's not uncommon for millionaires or just any person that's donating to the university. Now, the suit would definitely be weird.
Hey, I heard they paid for that man's clothes. Paid for that suit right there.
I want to do. You said what now?
I was just saying. I just heard word on the street they did pay for the clothes too. So they paid for the suit.
I didn't hear the suit. I did hear the I didn't hear the suit, but I did hear that they paid for his hotel accommodations.
Well, yeah.
You know, I guess like, okay, you did this for us. You know, you donated $237 million. The least we can do. So this is the one that I want to show because I thought it was funny. And that is that they were basically saying like, you guys should have known out the gate that this man was a fraud and that he didn't have no money. Gotta have.
As soon as he opened up his mouth, you should have seen the teeth that was missing out of there. You should have said, "Oh, we back now." As soon as you seen them boots too.
Lord, they said that's how his cuffs was looking. They were saying this is proof that this young man couldn't possibly be a billionaire, a millionaire, a thousandaire.
He's broke.
They said his hairline, the way he put on his suit, and his boots.
He like money make you miss what he said. It paid the food. It paid the full. I'm broke, baby. Ain't got nothing. I'm broke, baby.
No, you know what? If I don't know anything about hemp farming and somebody said that he's a farmer, I'll be like, okay, so maybe he doesn't normally dress up because he's a farmer. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's why he doesn't own a suit. Just playing devil's advocate here, trying to figure out a way to. Now, when he opened his mouth and his teeth was looking like that, then it becomes a problem. I feel like a lot of stuff he probably practiced. Like even the strike, he did it so much better than a lot of people that are even current coaches at FAMU. He was doing it better than them. How you know how to do that? There's some coaches don't even know how to do the strike like that. There's some folks that have been there way longer than him. They have no idea how to do a strike like that. I was impressed. I was like, okay, he know a little something. He knows how to do the strike. Did he break laws? I would say that's fraud. If you're purporting to be wealthy in order to get certain benefits from a university, that's fraud. I would think.
Well, not just even a university, just from a institution or unit or organization altogether.
The question isn't about him. The question is, did FAMU break some laws? That's the question. Forget this dude. He's clearly a fraud and he was running a scheme. It doesn't look like he was actually trying to steal any actual money from them. But how did he get through that? I mean, he's clearly missing a couple of loose screws. What are you going to charge him with?
First, I'm gonna charge him with that damn hairline he had, because somebody should have fixed that hairline up. Oh, sorry.
fraud, waste, and abuse.
Mm-hmm. But
So,
like I said, Kristen Harper needs to go ahead and resign immediately. Immediately, step down.
The only problem that I would say is if he's found guilty of doing this, does that mean that there's some people in FAMU that was criminally negligent?
Yep, because they
transaction.
To me, they knew about it. You said you vetted him for a little bit over 6 months. You vet this dude. Come out to you being a fraud.
He said you can't value private stock at whatever you want. No laws broke on that portion.
Y'all can see my hairline. My hairline is fine. 44 years old. My hairline good. My hairline great.
How you gonna fix it? FAMU, how you gonna fix it? Ever since Willie left, listen, ever since Willie left FAMU been in shambles ever since.
He made it big time, Willie. Willie! Willie! He gone! Willie!
Willie!
He said, Braxton, what are you doing?
He made it big time, Willie! 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 He gone! Willie! He made it big time, Willie! Willie! Willie!
Not working. They don't want me to play Willie today. Ever since he made it big time, y'all ain't been right since.
Then they had the nerve to say we got the money to pay him to come back to FAMU. He don't want no parts of that. Man ain't getting no raise in the last 2-3 years. He doing good over in Durham. He let him be.
Oh Lord. At the end of the day, them people went along and signed this BS. They're the only ones that's responsible. They just got played. Yeah. Now the only problem is how you gonna return the stock? Do you just like return the 14 million in stock? Do you just return it? What do you do? He's a rattler now. He's a rattler. He's got a whole honorary everything.
What you do? What you do, Timona? Send a blitz.
So I don't think this statement about the 15 million, I don't think that's true. I haven't really been able to do my due diligence, but according to reports, the 15 million wasn't turned down by them. It was denied.
It was denied.
It wasn't that it was turned down. It was denied.
Blueprint denied the $15 million because basically they were trying to do stadium renovations with that.
So even though they did send this on here, they didn't even talk about that. They just be talking about all the wrong stuff.
Hey, I got a message from Uncle Said. He said to return the stock account, you have to do a 1035 exchange.
What I'm saying is, should they even be doing any type of transactions, they need to cease doing even that.
Yeah, they need to let it go. They need to give it back.
Pretty sure, I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm pretty sure that they didn't take the different steps to do any of this. So like returning the stock or even getting the stock, just based off of how all of this went, they probably didn't even do that. I wouldn't be surprised if like Carter shuts down his account and they won't even be able to return it.
Oh no, they have it's by law. They have was said you got to do a 1035 exchange. 1035 exchange. So in order for it,
no, what I'm saying is they probably. You said a 1035. What I'm saying is they probably didn't even do the correct type of. They probably didn't do the correct paperwork for even doing this, because if you did that, you probably would have had to bring it before more than just Dr. Stroud, who doesn't know how to do anything.
Well, they sure did praise her for all the philanthropic work that she done before this even happened. So she must have done something right.
And then a 1030, like the 1035 is on, I'm guessing, on stock that can actually be valued. His stock is private stock and there's not an actual valuation on it.
Because he can tell you what the valuation of the stock is.
I think they have to wait for 6 months for that.
Yep, they just got 14 million shares of Chuck E. Cheese coins sitting in their damn Carter account. So
that's terrible. So I don't know if they're going to be able to actually get rid of that stuff just because it doesn't actually have a value on it. So I don't know if 1035 is applicable to this private stock. They don't even know how much it's worth. It's obviously apparently not worth anything.
I told you it ain't worth the pair of shoes I got in my closet.
So, as of now, we only have one resignation. Moving forward, huh?
The FAMU saga continues.
Yeah,
that
I think
should be the name.
Harper is basically saying, "Why do I have to be resign from my position just for being in a photo op?" But her name on that document and then her being in the photo op, that basically gives weight and credence to the donation that turned out, as you said.
And then the video says everything too. The video from the Tallahassee Democrat says everything that you signed the document. Baby, has several seats, and here's your pink slip.
Right. And as we did, I'll run through it again. The money is in the bank, of course. We named those items that were worth more. And, of course, Monopoly money, Roblox gift cards, penny stock. You just kept on saying Chuck E. Cheese coins, so that's what made me pull this back up. And do you know what this is?
That's Doji coins right there.
It was worth 15 cents the other day. I wonder how much it's worth today. It's actually, Dogecoin actually went up a lot compared to where it was.
So when it started during the pandemic, it was very, very, very cheap.
It was like 0.00001. See, it's at 16 cents today.
16 cents?
Yes, 16 cents.
That's not bad right there.
Everybody's getting exposed. All right, Doc, go ahead and tell folks when your next show is.
I'll more likely probably be tomorrow after I get off of work. And then I might do something on Friday, just keep myself busy.
Car wash tokens.
Car wash tokens.
Have you ever heard of Nickel World? Whitley said something about
I
Nickel
heard of
World the
Nickel.
other day. I've never heard of
I heard
Nickel World.
Nickel-Rama. I heard of Nickel-Rama.
So Harper is basically saying that her name is Bennett. She ain't in it. She was pulled to the side and just was told, sign this document. I don't think she should be forced to resign. So that's why she keeps saying, I didn't know nothing about it.
I still don't believe it.
You don't believe it? Okay. Well, they're going to do an investigation. They're going to do an investigation.
And the next time the investigation, so the next meeting is when? May 29th?
I think they're pretty much done now. They're just going to do an investigation. I was told, can y'all drop allegedly in the chat? I'm getting ready to drop some tea.
What?
I'm getting ready to drop some tea. I need some allegedly. I don't see none. So y'all must not want the tea. Oh, I see one. I ain't seen enough though. Allegedly, waiting on a couple more allegedlys. So this at this point, I feel like this is done as far as like what's gonna happen. We see that they didn't make the president resign. They just made VP Dr. Friday-Stroud resign from her 2 positions, and then she goes to the College of Business. So allegedly, the basketball coach can't get on campus until July. The new men's head coach. He can't get on campus until July because they messed up with how they like the contract with the previous coaches and stuff. It got messed up. So now he can't even start until July. Isn't that crazy?
So he ain't getting paid not 1 cent.
I don't think it's about payment. It's about being able to see the facilities and start recruiting. He can't get on campus. Allegedly, he can't get on campus.
I don't think anybody want to get on campus right now.
Well, I mean, I don't know if if there was any damage. I saw damages being done to the football field. It looks like a couple of things were broken. I didn't see any type of damage done to the basketball facilities. But what I'm saying is, like, as far as the basketball coach being able to promote or just sit down in his own office or be able to start recruiting, he can't do that until July.
You know, that's if it's true, they don't need to have no money whatsoever.
You said they don't have any money?
They don't need to handle no money. Damn money. They don't need to have no damn money.
Like, how do you even start your program? It's not fair for coaches to have to start. Braxton.
I don't know.
He can't be on campus. He can't be on the team. Whoever is actually like at FAMU, they don't really even know if they're still going to have a scholarship. But based off of their wins and losses, they might as well go ahead and jump in that transfer portal. Think about it. You have to have your kids registered by August and committed to FAMU.
You'll get them. He'll get them.
That's a bad start for the FAMU basketball coach.
Okay.
Yeah, like, dang. So you got the
How you gonna fix it? You messed me up the job, Nana. You call me
What's up, Braxton?
call me the refund. I don't want to meet you. You messed me up the job, Nana. Call me the refund.
My man is
what
freestyling.
about
me?
A refund is due unto you. What about Willie? What about Willie?
Well, it may be big time, Willie. Willie.
Well, I love it.
Oh, gosh. Oh, Lord.
What? That's right, Braxton.
What are you doing? Reading the comments?
Yes.
Oh, it's bigger than Nino Brown. We got the basketball coach can't get on campus. And the athletic how they gonna fix it? The athletic director, she's been able to stay low profile, but she was the Stroud lady snitched on her and said that she had a couple of meetings with Geronimo too. She snitched on her the last meeting. She snitched on her. She said that OBG had some meetings with him. She was snitching on everybody.
Thank you.
Was AD Sykes' name on the?
No, it wasn't on there. She was responsible for having.
Mommy.
Huh?
Okay, good. That's good. That's good.
So that's bad. But
I bet he picks it right away. Low.
So she was snitching on everybody. But you see that OBG, her name was brought up. But luckily she was not in that room for that signature. Unless that signature that we can't make out, unless that's hers. Then you're going to bring her all the way back up.
Yes, do it.
So show him the signature page and ask him which one was fake. Oh, Lord. Okay. I'm getting ready to show you this picture, okay? And you tell me which of these signatures don't look right or they look weird to you. You can tell me the first one, the second one.
This one.
Which one is that? See if you can read it.
F-E-G. Is that a C or a G? Is that a C or G? I'm just going to call it G or a C. Feg. R-A-N.
That looks fake?
Yes.
What does this say?
Georgie Graham.
Gregory?
Gregory.
Oh, yeah. He picked out Greg's signature. He said it looks fake, y'all. I would rather see FAMU deal with this internally rather than let outside white people in. Baby, if them white people get...
Ron the Satan come up in there. He come up in there anyway because he's the one who appoints part of the board.
I mean, there's a way that they take over. So, thank you, Braxton.
You're welcome.
Y'all see who Braxton said was the fake signature. He said, is that a C or a G? Ooh, wee. 6 years old.
You literally rhyme. Why you rhyme? Mommy, I need some rhyme.
Brandy said, Robinson got to go.
I told Brandy he gotta go. He gotta go.
They saying that he got to go now.
Gotta go. Cause he the one who vetted this dude, and he was the one who was in talks with him. He got to go.
Okay, so what does that look like for? Okay, so this is the problem. So if he goes, guess who's next?
Selena.
The AD gone. You looking at FAMU being in a stupor for the next 3 to 5 years. And the reason why I say that is because they're trying to get their the APR on track. So an exit of that will just, that might not be good. That means the AD gonna be gone. They're gonna have to hire a new.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even think whoever the next person come in. I don't even think the AD gonna be.
Who just told me blow the holding up?
She the one who tried to fix that APR, the certification, and everything. She ain't going nowhere. He needs to go somewhere. Yeah, the AD.
Don't want the AD there, and she's literally there because the president didn't fire her. They was trying to get her fired this last round. That means that so this is what you're looking at for FAMU. You're going to have a president gone. VP of advancement is gone. The AD will be gone. That's 3 very big positions that hold big weight at FAMU. Then you have the APR situation. I don't know what the status was on that.
Mm-hmm.
Robinson made Sean to put in that fake resignation. He thought that was enough, but it's not. Dr. Stroud was conflicted, but as dean, she answers to Dr. Robinson, but handling the endorsement, she answers to the board of trustees, but she gracefully resigned. And I think, as Emmett's pointing out, she resigned, but she resigned because she still has a position to go to. That's the thing. Like, if Chris Harper resigns, she's just no longer going to be affiliated with FAMU in that capacity because her only title is the board of trustees chairman. So the consequence so this is the only thing that I'm looking at. What are the consequences for Robinson leaving his position as the helm of the president? So they did talk about academically what he's done for the university, the fundraising efforts that he's taken on, the amount that he has raised academically. So like research dollars that he's catapulted FAMU into a different stratosphere. So
yeah, they're close to R1 status, to be exact.
That's what I'm saying. Me personally, I wouldn't remove Robinson at this point in time. I would just put that in the file for something to utilize at a later date. With the governor currently, the governor DeSantis, and he's over here taking away DEI, closing down, he's doing all sorts of things that could negatively affect just Black bodies. I think it's kind of smart to kind of toe the line on disrupting the president. And I wouldn't say so. Our president isn't really, not our president. The governor of Mississippi, he's just like racist in the sense that he keeps telling us no on funding, but he's not creating legislation outside of that legislation that they have, the CCID district that they have. Isn't his contract up this year anyway? Ooh, they said his contract up. So maybe not renew his contract?
Yeah, but to me, his decision making for the last 6 months, man, I just can't see it because we talking about it's so June will be 6 months. So we talking about in December, November, December, that he's been kind of courting this guy.
Yeah,
So,
I can't imagine what that search is going to look like. The way they did the AD search with like 20 people included, the way they did this coaching search, everybody want to put their 2 cents in on what type of president FAMU should have, what type of resume they should have. Lord, that would not be pretty. I could imagine that would not look good for who's going to be the next president.
it would be one of the hotter, the more higher profile jobs as far as HBCU goes to,
I was under the impression that they actually, like, FAMU alums want for whoever it is to be the next president to be from FAMU. I don't know. It's some type of like thing that they have.
See, my thing is they're trying to go back to the days of Dr. Humphreys, and I don't see that happening.
Rodney, what are you talking about? What stupid logic am I talking about? DeSantis has nothing. First of all, let me just get one thing straight. I'm not a Democrat at all, by far. And my logic is based off of DeSantis and the various implementation of weird policies, removing books out of the classroom, trying to rewrite history so that certain things aren't taught in the classroom. What stupid logic is that? Taking the word slavery out of the books to make it seem like Africans that were brought over here, that they were given a job and that they were taught something, so slavery was okay. Eliminating diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Like, be effing for real. If we're gonna do one thing, let's be for real.
I don't hate on Republicans because they're Republican.
No, we didn't say. I said keep Larry Robinson at the helm until y'all get a new governor. That's what I said. Keep Robinson at the helm. Keep FAMU at the helm. Let him do his academic duties. You reprimand him by taking away the ability for him to do any type of anything.
I'm sorry.
Anything financial, do not let Robinson handle. Period.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real honest with you, Timona. Mr. Rodney, I'm sorry. You cooning on this show. You cooning. You is a big coon. You got, excuse my language. You are on bended knees, taking whatever the Republicans give you. We ain't talking about.
Really don't have nothing to do with Republican versus Democrat.
We ain't talking about. We're not talking about Democratic. We ain't talking about Republican. We are talking about FAMU.
Right.
Now you can stop. You can stay on this channel and put your thoughts in about what's going on, or you can get the hell on and be in purgatory on this channel. Which one do you want to do? It took a black man to go straight to use a racist term. It's not a racist term. But I'm gonna need you to take the Republican pink, excuse my language, the Republican penis out of your mouth. And hey, check, y'all can let him go.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Y'all can let him go. We ain't talking about we not into government, we not into politics right now. Yes, the host is That's her thing, politics. But we talking about something totally different. Okay, just like you bleach your face white, and they use the N-word. So I can call you whatever I want to call you. But at the end of the day, you're not gonna disrespect her on this channel. And I stand on business on that. So, Miss Whitley, since you are a moderator, you can get his raggedy ass up out of here.
Of course.
Yeah. That's all I was saying. Protect the bottom. You gotta, like the lady said, baby rattlers unborn. You have to protect the baby rattlers unborn. Right now, too much rocking of the boat at FAMU right now would not be a good thing with the current governor. You don't know what's up his sleeve, what House bill he's gonna have passed next. They might try to do a takeover like they did at TSU. So even though it was once again self-inflicted wounds, these are all self-inflicted. Larry Robinson can have accountability for right now. Let him stay at the helm as the president and continue to do his fundraising academically. They're going to do an investigation. Hopefully, the people in the comments were saying things like kickbacks and stuff like that. Hopefully, they weren't trying to trim something off the top. And that it comes out in the wash clean, because they're going to do an investigation. It's going to be external, and it's probably going to be similar to the investigation that they did with Gaucher, when they make sure they dot all the I's and cross all the T's. And they're going to, because it's external, they're going to let everybody know who needs to resign and why. So there you have it.
Yeah, I'm sorry for. I don't like nobody disrespect nobody like that.
You good, Doc? You did good. We should just go ahead and may the Lord watch. We're gonna end this live. We're gonna end this live with Robert Rules of Order. I'm gonna ask. No, first we're gonna lay it out on the table. Does anybody have any thoughts or anything that they want to say? Are all hearts and minds clear?
All hearts and minds are clear.
May the Lord watch between me and thee while we are absent, one from another. I think that's how it goes. That's how it goes at church.
Mm-hmm.
And are you guys? Who are you watching the WNBA tonight?
Oh yeah, Chicago Sky. They are here in Dallas. Well, it's in Arlington.
I can't believe you're not going, Doc.
That ticket, you know how much that ticket is? That ticket been sold. Them tickets been sold out. I was looking.
You can check it now. It probably done went down now.
Nah, baby, it's over at UT Arlington College Park Center. They only seat like 11,000, but
do you think it's gonna be sold out?
Yeah, they sold out. But
a lot of times when they say that it's sold out, a lot of times it's not actually sold out. What happens is they are bought by what they're called, scalpers, resellers.
Yeah, scalpers and resellers.
So they'll try to resell it. Let me see how much these tickets cost.
Yeah, Ken is here in Dallas anyway.
I think he bought them things as soon as they came out.
He bought them when the draft started. I think he bought them like the day after the draft. And I didn't know. I mean, I know the game.
Yeah, they got tickets. They got plenty of tickets left.
Shoot.
They even got a couple of courtside.
I will call my best friend to see if she want to go, but she's coming from Anna.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna watch it though. I'm gonna watch it.
So the
it's still
thing is,
but it's crazy still though, because it's so the Chicago Sky and the Wings. So it's our first game tonight in the WNBA, and they're going up against the NBA playoffs with.
Don't nobody care about the NBA playoffs.
My Mavericks is in
Yeah,
there.
they moved venues. They moved it to the College Park. I guess it seats like 11,000, right? See,
oh no, that's already it's always been there. It never moved.
Courtside resale's only $200.
Mm.
I'm saying only like that's not expensive.
like I got
$200 for courtside.
Shit.
That's actually a steal. I want to go to see because Angel did not make the roster, which of course for a second there, yeah, they floor seats about 700. But for 200 is definitely cheap for courtside. So they're making it harder to watch Angel, because last night it was on Disney Plus to watch the Aces and to watch Caitlin Clark, which for us, I think it kind of got exposed that they got some type of thing against Angel, and she really draws a crowd too. I don't know why they wouldn't embrace that though.
And
good,
it's
bad,
crazy,
or indifferent.
Yeah, with her and Cardoso, like the two rookies, because they starting. I don't care what anybody say. Somebody talking about Cardoso coming off the bench. Say they telling me that today. I'm like, you stupid. She's starting.
I think okay. Is it because of her shoulder that she would be coming off the bench? Something was wrong with her shoulder.
That's why. I think she's still starting though. But to me, at the end of the day,
that's crazy. Two rookies starting. That's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm. And so we watched the actual game. The actual season started yesterday, and we all know what happened yesterday with
what happened?
Clark.
Caitlin Clark.
She scored 20, but she was getting clamped up.
Okay, if you're past the ball that many times, of course you're gonna shoot 20. Let's just keep it a buck.
But she also had 10 turnovers too.
She had 10 turnovers. You can't win a game with 10 turnovers. Cardoso is out for weeks with her shoulder.
Miss Enrique, number 24 for the Wings, and Miss Tabali. They are a problem. They're gonna be a matchup problem for a lot of teams. And I think this is. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. since you brought up the WNBA, I think this is the swan song for Diana Taurasi.
What about her?
I think this is it. I think this is a time.
You talk about her last year. She was shooting out the gym last night.
Who, Taurasi?
Yeah.
It's time for her to go, baby.
What do you mean it's time for her to go? She was one of the main ones.
What I'm saying is I'm not saying that she can't shoot or nothing like that. I ain't saying that she's can't play, but what more do you have to offer the game now?
If you're only making 80 to 90,000 a year, and
no, but what I'm saying, but Diana Taurasi makes more. She can make more money off of that just she can make more money off of that just by her name alone. What I'm saying is, I think it's time for it's time for her to have her retirement tour. Put it like that.
Is she get a retirement package with this?
I mean, look, in 3 years, she's gonna be a first ballot Hall of Famer in the Basketball Hall of Fame. Like, we talk.
They got the Golden State.
That's what I'm saying, Ed.
Didn't they add
she? I mean, don't get me wrong.
Didn't they add a couple of teams?
No.
Golden State Valkyrie, right?
No. I mean, if they did, it's probably going to be for next
Valkyrie
year.
And Toronto's getting ready to get a team too. They need to get
for next season. I think it's next year.
Okay, well that'll open up some spots, like what, 36 spots?
So that'll be 24 spots.
No, I'm thinking they're gonna also announce a team in Charlotte too.
They need one.
I think they might. If they add a Charlotte team, let's go get Angel. Angel, stay in shape, baby girl.
See, this is what I would think. You add Charlotte back, bring them back with the Sting. They'll be on the whole new ownership management group. Bring back. I would say bring back the
maybe 3 in the first year and see how it goes, because now they have to all fly. You have to be able to charter all the flights.
Well, this will be the first year. This will be the first year that they're gonna have charter flights.
They taking too long. How long does it take for you to call a charter for each? You don't even have that many damn teams. Come on.
But then again, if you're
the Charlotte Queens, I love that name.
Right.
The Charlotte Queens. Ooh,
so I would say add Charlotte. You add Charlotte. You go back and add Houston, because there is no WNBA history if you don't add the Comets back into the fray. Because the first 4 championships went to Houston. You know what I'm saying? I would say, like you said, you got the Golden State team and you got a Toronto team coming, right? So that's 4 right there. So that adds 6. That's 16 teams.
Right.
So,
Indiana Fever is the worst. Aren't they the worst WNBA team? And they the first one to get chartered flights.
Well, you know the reason why they got a charter flight for Indiana.
I'm not trying to be smart. I really am not. I'm not trying to be a smart ass, but Caitlin Clark literally looks like any other average girl.
She does.
If you put a hat on her, she could be 4 or 5 different types of girls that look just like her. I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying she doesn't have like oh my God, that's Caitlin Clark. Like, you could probably, you know how they say all black people look alike? She's the type of girl where it's like she could be spotted and they might think 4 or 5 different people look like her.
So you got a team, and so let's say you got a team. We got LA. So you got the LA Sparks, the Vegas Aces, which they don't even have a men's pro basketball team there. You got the Seattle Storm that don't even have a men's basketball team in Seattle. Bring the Supersonics back, NBA, please. You got a team. We got the Dallas Wings. You got Chicago Sky, Indiana Fever, Connecticut Sun, New York Liberty. Who am I missing?
I'm sorry.
Washington Mystics. Yeah.
I can't believe the Washington Mystics should have drafted Angel just off of the strength. Why would you not do that?
And let her play behind Elena Della Dunn. Oh my God, that would be so nice.
It would be sold out every game.
Yes. 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 So you bring those teams. I mean, give us the comments back.
Right. Okay. So
and
let
bring
me
Charlie
give you
back.
guys a pass up because the league pass that you have to have in order to like watch the games is kind of expensive. I want to say it's $14.99 a year. It's kind of expensive. Like, hold up, what? But if you are a undergrad or graduate student, I want to say possibly even if you have they have an HBCU student discount available for League Pass. What? I ain't seen that before. Oh, that was from last year, but it's still current. Anyway, I guess they ended up opening it up to all students. But it says HBCU student discount available for League Pass. Now, mind you, I want to say that it opened up to all students. So if you have a email, like a student email, you'll receive a 1-year discounted League Pass access. And it's like, so that makes it like $8 and it makes it $9 with tax. So I watch them for the free. How do you watch for free? Anyway, how do you watch for free?
You know, we're gonna watch that stuff.
I watched the other game for free, but that's because my son has Disney Plus, of course. So yeah, so that's why that happened. Anyway, here's the student. So if you know somebody who's a student, just hit them up and say, "Hey, I'm gonna put your information in here, so I can get this $9 a month for WNBA League Pass." Which I want to say, how long is the league? How long is WNBA? 3 months.
Yeah, well, they go.
July?
They go into October.
October? They got 30 games and they're over in October? Are you serious?
Well,
No.
like September, something like that. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna lie. Let me do my research.
Oh, they said 4 months. I didn't even know it was that long.
Oh yeah, because this year they do have the Olympic break, so they have to break. That's the reason why it's ending later.
Oh, okay.
So the Olympics is in July, late July, early August.
Who wants to see Caitlin Clark in a swimsuit? Come on, bro. Stop it.
Mommy, I'm a Barbie girl.
No. Why? Not right now. Just give me a second. All right. Wait till those Caitlin Clark swimsuit photo shoots come out. Listen, whatever he has to do.
Mute. You're on mute.
Oh, God.
Give me your phone, bro. Give me your phone. Give me your phone, bro.
I feel like a house.
Oh, God, please help me, okay?
Jesus Christ.
Lord have mercy. I know I could shed a couple of pounds before I put on a swimsuit, but good Lord. Anyway, moving along. That game is tonight. I'm excited to see Angel Reese play. I was a little upset about seeing the Aces play last night. We're gonna see how it goes throughout the season. I feel like the Megan Gustafson lady, they should have. I think the Angel should have would have replaced her because she was lackluster last night. To me, I just felt like when she was on the floor, she was making too many mistakes. She looked like a deer in headlights.
Yeah, it should be a great game tonight.
And then we got our ladies. Congratulations to the Jackson State Tigers. They're gonna be
softball team
in Baton Rouge on Friday playing. Now that'll be a good game. Hopefully we can come out with an upset like Southern did, right? Break the internet.
Mm-hmm. Jack State, the baseball, I think, is the last three game series is this weekend. Either this weekend or next weekend. I have to see.
I just want to know, how did that young man, Brittany Renner's baby daddy, how did he go from
PJ Washington?
Yes. How do you go from being lackluster to being competitive?
My man been playing like that, and I forgot that he played. I forgot he played for Prime Prep. You know, I knew he played for Hornets. I forgot he played for Prime Prep back in the day.
Prime Prep, like Deion Sanders, yeah. Prime Prep.
Oh yeah, that basketball team was nice. It was him. It was a guy named Terrence Ferguson, Jordan Mickey, Emmanuel Mudiay. He had some dogs, but so when the school closed up, he ended up going to Finley Prep in Nevada, in Reno.
Oh, so they were serious about their son in basketball.
Oh yeah. Like to me, like I think he found he just didn't have to have that pressure on him, and being here at the house, and he could just chill and he could just play his.
Oh, he been having a good old time over there with Kay.
So him and Kyrie and Luka, they doing their thing. Shout out to Derrick Jones Jr. The human highlight field 3.0. So yeah, we got a nice chance. I just hate the fact that we missed a lot of free throws in that game in game 4 the other day. So hopefully we can remedy that tonight. Shout out to Denver for almost putting a 30-piece on on Minnesota last night, and Jokic, the Joker, telling everybody, y'all must forgot I'm 3-time MVP up in this thing, putting 40 pieces on folks. 40 points, 7 rebounds, 13 assists. Yeah.
I did not know that. Keep him some NBA and football NFL players.
Man, that dude. Yeah, that man had I'm not gonna lie, he had talent there. He had talent there. He just didn't. He didn't run. He ran that shit into the ground. And when it was all over, it's said and done. Everybody went back to their respective schools. PJ went to Nevada to finish out his high school career, and then he played his 2 seasons at Kentucky. I don't even think. You know what? The best thing about it too is I don't think he's even worried about Brittany Renner, and I think he's worried about as far as father, you're gonna worry about your kid. But I don't even think he's worried about
Brittany Renner. That man married and he has another child and he's still cheating.
Yeah.
Nobody studying PJ. Just as long as he win that championship. Y'all got a link to that FAMU document again, trying to show someone. We got you.
Oh,
we were asking about the document with the signatures on it.
Oh yeah.
What he had to go play overseas. It'd be like that.
I
did not make a free presser. I did not.
The NFL schedule release came out yesterday. I forgot. See what your Panthers looking like.
Oh Lord. Who's Panthers? That's Dave. Dave and the Panthers. That's David. My team is officially, I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to go with CJ-Stroud and the Texans, the Steelers and Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, or that's it. It's between those. You see what they said? They said they know somebody who won't be at the Super Bowl next year.
Not your team.
Who? The Steelers? I think the Steelers could make it. Steelers got a better chance than the Cowboys.
In who dreams?
It says Caitlin Clark WNBA debut averaged 2.12 million viewers on ESPN2. Caitlin Clark, the most watched WNBA game in 23 years.
Oh, we got y'all at home. We got the Panthers at home in Carolina, in Charlotte.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I know. I'm gonna make sure GP takes Braxton. I know he's gonna be at that game. The ticket.
Willie said she's sticking with Mr. Hurts and the Eagles.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Detroit. You're right. Detroit.
No, that's not Detroit.
Well, I don't really like James Houston's new contract. I think they only put him on a 1-year contract. If you actually look into it, he's on a 1-year contract.
Hey,
Okay, what's that? The Eagles.
Mm-hmm. The Sheagles.
Keep telling SheLovesThee that Russell Wilson. I don't care if he's good or not. I believe in the Steelers. Whoever said the Patriots needs to go. Seriously, didn't they sign another Tim Tebow type of quarterback to the Patriots?
Mm-mm.
What type of quarterback is he?
Another Mac Jones, which they should have kept.
Is he a Sam Darnold?
Nah, he ain't Sam Darnold.
Is that worse or better?
It's a little bit better. I don't think they gave Mac Jones any other chance.
That's exactly why they do not have WNBA tonight on ESPN, because it will skyrocket the views and it'll be the most viewed.
So we have the Ravens. I'm looking at my opponents for the Cowboys. So we got the Ravens, the Bengals, the Texans, the Saints, the Lions, and the Bucks at the crib. And then we on the road, we go to Atlanta.
Lost. Michael Penix should be at the helm by that time. That's an L right there.
Carolina.
You'll probably win that one.
We play Cleveland the first game of the year. The Steelers, and then
Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Who's their quarterback?
Deshaun. I'm gonna give me a massage, Watson.
I thought he was still injured.
Wait, I think he got injured last season.
Oh Lord.
And then we have the Steelers.
If y'all think that Penix ain't starting till 2026, I got an island in Idaho by the beach for you. Penix might start next year. Kirk Cousins is going to be injured by week 4. You play the Eagles.
Yeah, we play the Eagles twice. That's our division opponent. They're in the same division with us.
Didn't you guys lose one, win one last year?
Yes,
because y'all definitely didn't lose. Y'all definitely didn't win both. So
no, we won one. We lost one. We lost in Philly. It was closer than what it was. And then
I
the
remember
second
y'all
one,
cheated. I remember y'all cheated the Detroit Lions. Do you remember that?
which one?
Oh, which one? You remember when you guys cheated the Detroit Lions the last game, the last play of the game?
I was like Stevie Wonder. I ain't seen him. I ain't seen.
And that's exactly why y'all got did how y'all got did in the playoffs.
Man, I don't want to talk about that because we gotta go to Palo Alto to play the 49ers again. Yes, we play the Giants and the Redskins and the Eagles. They are division opponents. We don't worry too much about the Giants because they got Daniel. I'm only here because I don't want to get fined, Jones. The team that don't know who their name is, I'm gonna call them the Redskins. The mama name of the Redskins, I'm gonna call them the Redskins. And
all right, I'll come back on here tomorrow to talk Jackson State stuff.
Oh yeah, we got some good stuff.
You
Did
got
you do your
huh?
baseball? We got baseball. We got softball.
Baseball. What we got to say about baseball other than they ending up in Huntsville? Are they still in fourth place?
Yeah.
Okay. Fourth place.
We going to the conference tournament.
Okay.
And it's in Atlanta. So we got baseball, we got softball, we got a couple of, talk about some more
6
football.
or 7 recruits.
Mm-hmm.
Got a new women's basketball assistant coach, and he's from
Jackson.
He's a Jacktown Jew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can play with him. Well, either play with him or play against him. Like high school.
Coach Price. Oh, we need to put out have you talked to Mr. Ford?
I haven't talked to Mr. Ford since the last time I came on the show. Southern is doing some quiet stuff, so they ain't really in the news like that. Bethune-Cookman is trying to raise some hell, but they been doing their stuff quietly.
Bethune-Cookman?
Mm-hmm. Bethune-Cookman been out there handling business. Found out Prairie View might have their quarterback.
Might,
but I'm gonna talk
I found
to a
out
source.
that ULM has a quarterback, Booty. We gotta go against Booty.
General Booty.
Yeah.
I remember his brothers. That family. I don't care what the name is, but that family is football royalty in Louisiana.
Is he good?
I mean, he threw for 3,000 yards at Oklahoma. Not Oklahoma, but I'm trying to figure out what his last. Oh, he was at JUCO, so he was supposed to go to Oklahoma. So, but he was at JUCO in Texas, and he threw for over 3,000 yards and 29 touchdowns.
That's who we have to go against.
Mm-hmm. Cormani McClain signing with committed to Florida, the Gators. Yeah.
They made it seem like he couldn't get any good offers.
Man, Cormani ain't going home. He wanted to be back at home, but you got to prove the haters wrong now, son. Go do what you do best. Except for on the third Saturday in September, it's all Rocky Top over here. When they play Tennessee. Gentle Hunt committed to University of Illinois.
Gentle Hut from FAMU committed where?
To Illinois.
Illinois what? The fighting.
Illinois. They're fighting Illini. The Big Ten. He's in the Big Ten now.
Wow, that was not on my list.
Mm-hmm.
My other team because of Chris Leak. Okay, Cormani's still getting a chance in Florida. I guarantee you that they're in column versus Colorado's will probably be. What do you think? Colorado's going to win what, 4 or 5 games? You think Florida can win 5 games, 6 games this year?
Man, if Billy Napier don't get it done this year, he gone. He don't get it done this year, he gone. And then when you get Texas and Oklahoma into the SEC, you got to get it done. Got to get it done. Billy Napier don't get it done, he gone.
Prayers up to a Jackson State alum, Melvin McNair Jr. He passed away yesterday.
Wow.
He was killed. Lord have mercy. So prayers go out to him. Oh no. What's today? Wednesday? This happened this morning.
Ooh, wow. Prayers to him and his family. To
Yes.
the family, y'all.
Killed by a teammate.
Also, look, prayers to the volleyball player from Albany State who was killed. She was killed over the weekend in Atlanta in the Buckhead district.
I think I did see that.
Yeah, she's Albany State. I think she was a junior or senior, something like that. Man, life is too short, y'all.
And I'm gonna get up out of here. I might
Good.
tomorrow. Y'all can talk about your favorite HBCU, bending the knee for Gary Owens. Lord, no. I think he was making a joke, saying that he doesn't protect Black women. I didn't get the joke.
There go Mr. Troy.
Thank you, Troy, for gifting a membership. I don't know.
We ain't heard from EA either.
What happened to EA?
We ain't heard from EA either, man.
He's embarrassed. EA is absolutely embarrassed.
But
right?
hey, don't EA stay in Tallahassee?
Yeah, but if you're having to deal with all these shenanigans, I'm sure that probably had something to do with it. Like, I'd be embarrassed.
That and probably helping clean up.
I forgot about that. Has anyone heard from Mr. Ford? No. You need to put an APB out for Mr. Ford.
I got his number, so I will try to give him a call.
Say, Mr. Ford, where have you been?
Mr. Ford, where have you been? Twin, where have you been?
Whitley ain't trying to hear none of that.
Mr. Campbell is alive and well. Mr. Campbell has been speaking up, okay? Mr. Campbell is alive and well, okay? He's handling, he runs a business.
Money.
And Uncle Bundles.
Yes, Uncle Bundles is fine. He was running a little bit of damage control there for a little bit. And now it's just gonna, fall as it may, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Have you got? I was about to ask you. Have you got any word on for media day? I did get an email from. I did email Andrew.
I got it. All I got was a SWAC-MEAC reminder for FAMU versus Norfolk in Atlanta.
That's it.
I need a glass of gin. A glass of gin. Good Lord.
Give me
Yeah. So, can you send me Mr. Ford number?
Is your phone working now?
No. It's broken.
I said, how you gonna get it?
If you text me, I'll get the text message, and when you send it, it'll be blue. But I can't see what it says. I got my other iPhone. I got multiple iPhones. I got phones.
Excuse me, Miss Two Phones.
No, I got like 3 or 4. I got
Wait,
3.
excuse me.
Mom,
Excuse me.
that flower pot is still not filled up.
Okay, it doesn't need to be. It's not raining anymore. Get an Android. This is an Android, and I hate it. I have an Android. I hate it. Like, what is this?
Man, I've been off of Android since 2017, 18.
I hate Android. All right, so I need to find Mr. Ford's number.
I will send it to you on Twitter.
So I can call him.
I
and
mean,
say,
I DM you on Twitter.
Mr. Ford, what are you doing? Are you okay, Mr. Ford? You know, Mr. Ford usually come on one of our shows at least once a week.
Mm-hmm. So are you going to SWAC Media Day?
Oh, yeah. My summer is, a time of rejuvenation, reset. My son goes with his. You just open this. You don't need this. I don't need this. My son goes with his pappy for the summer. So, yep, he goes with his pappy.
So I got some good news. My sister.
It's my birthday weekend.
My sister is going. My big sister is actually going to go with me to Media Day. Okay. I'm going. So me and my big sister gonna go. I was gonna try to get Peyton to go with me, but she has to go and do a modeling show in Atlanta that same week. So her mother, ex-wife, they're gonna be driving to Atlanta for that weekend, I think. So,
Doc, what kind of platform do you got?
My streaming software is called EVMux. I'm thinking about switching back over to StreamYard, but I just did. I don't know. It was just some other things I wanted to do something different. But I mean, it actually works. It's a good platform. It's a good software to use. And then I'm gonna test out that Restream that Troy uses all the time for his show.
What is it?
Restream.
Okay. So maybe Mr. Ford ain't been on here because I ain't been on here because I ain't been on here. I have finals.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. That's the same reason he ain't been on there. You ain't been on there. Yeah, finals. How you do? How you think you did?
I got 2 B's. That's terrible. You're only supposed to get A's.
All right, Miss Overachiever.
A B is like an F when you're trying to get into law school.
Oh well. Well, of course, I would say, you would have to say that, but
yeah,
I would say,
so yeah, we're working, but yeah, so there's that. I ain't gonna brag on them. I don't brag on B's. So anyway, yeah, so I'm gonna go to SWAC Media Day next week. No, not next week. June 15th. They are having I need to make this announcement. The football team is going to be having a women's camp, right? For the women?
For the women's camp.
Yes. But are they going to have flag football?
I don't know. You know who you got to ask on that?
Who?
Ask Miss Veronica. Miss Veronica signed up for it.
Oh, she did? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the priority to get a free t-shirt included with your registration is June 1st. And I'm going to tell you what, it looked like it was a lot of fun last year. Me, myself, I want to play flag football, right? That's what I want to play. I think, what position do you think I could play? Do you think I could play tight end?
Receiver?
Receiver?
You're telling us on the outside. Get on the outside.
Me and Jency about the same size.
You know what? Give me your phone.
Look.
Give me your phone.
Somebody said I could be put me on special teams. I heard that, Whitley. Let me get on them special teams. No, I want to play. I'm not going to play quarterback. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like you could pass me the ball and I could, you know, like I really feel like I got it like that. But anyway, so there's a women's clinic going on. Ladies, you get a meet and greet for the coaches, for some of them coaches, some of the new coaches that you might not have met yet. We got our new linebacker coach, Chris, or you got the outside linebacker coach and special teams coach, Coach Javanti Jones, Coach Magana. You got a whole bunch of new coaches. That's coaches that's added to the roster. You get to meet them, and you know they'll give you the ins and outs. Maybe they'll do a pro day. See what your 40 time is. I really think I ran a sub 4.8.
Oh, what?
A sub 4.8. Man. I used to run track.
You used to run track. That's what I keep forgetting.
I could get a 4.8, 4.9 flat.
My little sister.
I ain't got the 4.4 speed, but it's, you know, we could adjust it a little bit, right?
Right. My little sister, she told me this like a couple weeks ago. She's 40. She's 42. So she used to run track. So she's 42. And she went out on the track. So she stays next to South Oak Cliff High School. So she went out on the track and they gave her 40 time. They said she said, homie, she ran a 4.7.
What? I ain't even gonna lie, like I could run a 4.7. I run about a 4.8, 4.9, maybe. 5.2, that's too low.
5'2", you in offensive lineman territory.
Damn, not offensive lineman territory.
You are in big back territory.
Damn, you just said I had a big bag.
I didn't say you had a big back. I said you said at least I'm not in the 5. I'm not in that 5'2", right? I said no, that's reserved for the big back. I ain't saying you ran a 5'2". I just
no, but the women's clinic, it was a lot of fun last year. Miss Foot said it was great last year, so she participated. And you know, Miss Veronica. So make sure you register for that. See, technically, I could be able to go to that middle line. Damn, not middle linebacker.
Damn, LD just put you on defense.
Damn. You know what? I have gained some weight now from when I would have had to have been the water girl for real. I didn't weigh 100 pounds soaking wet. But damn, y'all ain't happy with me like that, telling me I'm a big back now.
I didn't think you was a big back. I'm a big back.
I'm a middle linebacker.
I'm close to 300 pounds. I know I'm a big back.
Oh Lord. No, your ass probably slow. That's why you're slow.
Who?
You can't run fast. All that damn height, you supposed to definitely be somebody's tight end. Minimum.
If look,
you out of shape.
I ain't gonna, but you know what? Yeah, I'm out of shape. But you know what though? About 20 years ago, probably about 20, 23 years ago, I would say if you would have taken at least 140 pounds off of me.
140 pounds off of you. That's a whole person.
Right. I'm a whole person. I'm whole two people, two kids. But no, I say take about 85 pounds off me. And if my knees wasn't rusty, I played basketball. I could jump out the gym.
Okay, you can jump out the gym. Listen, I want to play one of the skill positions because the skill positions is what gets paid, right? Ain't that what get top dollars? Or is it the offensive line?
So skill position get you paid. The offensive line, basically the left tackle gets you super paid because
everybody that I see are big backs that were on the offensive line and defensive line. Maybe so I don't want to be that. I think I want to be I don't think I want to be a wide receiver because I'm not coming off of that line. I'm not good with running routes like that.
I would say I would say on defense and play the defensive line. Rush the quarterback.
The edge? I'm not an edge rusher.
I bet your get out there is quick as hell. I bet it's quicker than mine.
Okay, so I feel like I'm going to be either a running back. I agree with that. A running back. If I have to play defense, I could definitely play corner. Yeah, I'll play corner. Or maybe free safety.
It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny you say that because half of my, other than me, because I didn't play football. I played, I love music and everything. But my cousins, they all play football. They all play defense.
Hey, at this women's clinic, I might be able to. You might figure out something. I got some. I can get up, running wise. I need to just stretch a little bit. Maybe I need to lose 10 pounds. That'll help me.
Yeah, Troy. When I was at high school, I probably my senior year in high school, I probably was at 160, 165. But I was tall and skinny.
Get a flag football team going.
That's what I was about to ask you. You think we need to go ahead and get a flag football team?
Yeah, talk to AD.
It's like, with
Alabama State got one, right?
Yeah. They're gonna get us a flag football team. Give us a hockey team,
Yeah, Whitley, that 115, that's how much I weighed in college. I'm talking about all that weight done came on me now that I done became a mama.
Ghana, I didn't let myself go. I'm gonna be honest with you. Part of my weight was because kids. I took on some of the weight from
not you acting like you got the baby weight. You got some baby weight now.
Man, I got
not you.
I still got COVID weight.
COVID weight?
Because I'm gonna be honest with you. No, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was about 235 after Peyton was born and everything. And then when I, divorce came and dealing with all that, COVID came. Shoot, I think I blew up to about 285. Because we couldn't do anything. Remember, we could not go. We couldn't go. We couldn't go out like that. A lot of places wasn't, letting you inside of the, the lobby and stuff like that to get your food and stuff. So most of the time, the majority of the time, I stayed at the house and I Uber Eat, DoorDash.
Not Uber Eats. Over there getting that good cozy chicken, eating it up.
Man, give me some Henderson chicken.
What kind of chicken?
It's called Henderson. It's a little establishment here in Dallas.
I don't have no excuse for the amount of weight that I done put on. But I'm gonna streamline it. I'm gonna drop about, I don't know, maybe like 10 pounds. Maybe I'm gonna eat a couple salads.
Well, you know,
luckily for me, I was so skinny. I was so skinny in college, like that a little bit of weight didn't hurt, a little bit of more weight didn't hurt, and then a little bit of more weight, and now it kind of hurts, but it ain't. It's not that bad. It can be streamlined. So how you gonna fix it? I'm gonna get in the gym, I guess. Yeah.
He said, "Gotta talk about. I'm a vegan. I like eating grass. You damn giraffe."
He said he on a cow diet. I play softball. I'm not running around no more. If I put up more than 20 pounds, I put a ticket to Ghana. I will be back 30 pounds lighter. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna get my weight. But the best thing about it too, like what I did in one part was cut like sodas. I stopped drinking sodas altogether. So it's like water, juice, my milk. I doing that. But I'm a, you know, when it comes down to it, yeah, my snacks. Cause I don't know. It's just that I'm a junk food junkie. Like,
oh, we hear your ass snacking, Doc.
I know I be snacking. But you know what though? I had this morning. So today, I had a thing of I had a little bowl of pineapples and a water. So I haven't really eaten anything else. I got some chicken pot pie in the refrigerator. I'm gonna warm up.
Chicken pot pie. That's definitely what my baby's eating tonight. Thank you for just giving me an idea. So chicken pot pie.
You damn right, Willie. I be burning up stuff. I be cooking. I be whipping like I'm a dope dealer.
Well, so the moral of the story is what? Are we gonna go on a weight loss? You know what? We can do SheLovesThee and HBCU Overdrive weight loss challenge, right?
Let's do that. Let's do
So,
that. I would definitely do that.
You got to get a couple sponsors. So, but you can't cheat. So that means like we both. How many pounds you gonna lose? 15.
Shit. Excuse my language. Probably. I probably need to lose more than that. I probably want to be at least about 265.
How many pounds is that?
Because I'm at 290.
290? You're almost 300 pounds?
Did you know how much I weighed last year during media day? I was 315 last year.
Damn! So you done lost some pounds. You done did good. What you did? Why are you losing?
I told you
weight?
I cut that. I stopped drinking sodas and stuff.
Okay. I don't really drink sodas like that, so I'm trying to figure out a way to
sodas.
So we're gonna have a weight loss challenge for the summer. See who can lose the most weight.
I don't want to get. Look, I ain't trying to get on those Ozempic.
He said, "Don't y'all get on the Ozempic and fool us."
Yeah, my name ain't Drake. I ain't got no BBL.
It's hard to unpick your. And listen, my son's aunt has a soul food restaurant, and I'm not talking about like just like soul food out the can. We talking about soul food homemade soul food.
Yeah.
Mac and cheese, collards, yams, rice and gravy, mashed potatoes, fried whiting, fried okra. So I sometimes she'll call and say, hey, can you work, like when they're doing catering events or whatever? So I'd be like, yeah, I can work. Of course I can work. How I'm gonna lose weight? And I work at this restaurant sometimes. How am I gonna tube top and tank top challenge?
You know what though? It's crazy because we are
I ain't getting up.
We are about to be in the cusp of of barbecue season for everybody, right? So you know, in a couple 2 weeks from now, you got Memorial Day, right? So you got Memorial Day, and then June we got Juneteenth.
If we can do this, listen, if we can do a weight loss challenge and then whoever wins between me and you, then we get $250 or something like that towards SWAC Media Day. This could be a thing. But you can't be cheating, Doc.
How am I gonna be cheating?
Yeah.
How am I gonna be cheating?
I feel like this is something that we can do, you know?
So, well, I do because most of the time I work in the evening time.
I don't want to do it in September. I want to do it now.
So
not tomorrow, not today, not tomorrow, not the next day after that, but now. I'm not going to take no Ozempic. I hate needles for one. Number two, ain't nobody trying to have a saggy ass face. They said there's some real bad repercussions from taking Ozempic. You no longer produce insulin. Let's do this. Let's get this weight loss challenge on here. We just need a couple of sponsors. You get a couple sponsors. I get a couple of sponsors. The winner takes it to SWAC Media Day. And the final weigh-in is what, July 15th, and we see who lost the most relative to size. So like if you're whatever your BMI is, right?
Right. So we have to. So the thing is, when we do this, so we have to start out. We have to weigh ourselves, start weight right now, and then.
How much you said you weigh right now?
Like 290.
Damn. I don't want to say my weight on here. I weigh 100. Oh my God. Woo! Lord have mercy. And I just got done eating some cookies. Listen.
Man, look. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you though. The breakfast that we had at the hotel last year was off the chain. Am I lying or not?
At SWAC Media Day?
That breakfast was off the chain. I'm not gonna lie to you on that. It cost a lot. It didn't cost a lot, but it did cost a good penny. But the shit was good.
So I weigh 165. Basically. I weigh 165. And I'm 5'7".
I'm about to say
5'6" 3/4". I already looked it up. My BMI is 26.
Why you say 5'6" 3/4"? You try to pull a Bronny on us?
No. So, I'm gonna lose about 10 pounds, maybe.
That ain't nothing though for you.
Huh?
That's not nothing for you.
The doctor told me that I was overweight, but I'm not obese. That's what he said.
Oh shit.
So he was like, "Oh, he said, because he's an Indian doctor. Oh, your weight, it's nothing to worry about. It's nothing to worry about. You gonna be skinty.
What up? What up, Story? What up?
Just So anyway,
I know I'm gonna start out tomorrow. So
wait, you can't start yet. You over there cheating. You have to get somebody to verify how much you weigh first. Then you got to figure out your BMI. we have to do it the right way. There's money on the line for this. That's enough. $250 is enough for a hotel room.
It is.
Not so anyway, yeah, let's do this weight loss challenge. Get up in here. I'm gonna be eating like he said. Who said that? Ghana said he was a cow. I can be vegan. I could be vegan for a month. I remember when I was pescatarian, it was a little bit more expensive. If I go pescatarian diet, no fried foods for a month, I should be able to drop at least 10 pounds. So, Doc, let's get this going. We just need a couple of sponsors, okay?
Mm-hmm. So we need a couple of sponsors.
All right.
Oh, shoot. My BMI is...
What's your BMI?
35.91. Yeah.
Damn! You are obese.
I'm up there.
If it's over 30, it's obese.
Yeah, I'm up there.
You need to call your doctor. They'll probably give you a weight loss regimen.
Oh, my doctor he gonna be upset at me.
Are you sure your BMI is 35? I can't see that. Okay, a little bit closer. Your BMI is 35.91. What did you use?
A BMI calculator.
What? Yeah, Doc.
BMIcruncher.com.
All right. No fried food, baked food.
You know what? I got some chicken breast in there, and probably tomorrow I'm gonna bake that.
No wonder why your blood pressure is so high.
My blood pressure high because I actually have sleep apnea, and it's not because of my weight. My sleep apnea has always been like that, even when I was probably like 20, and I was at 175 at the time.
Ooh, Doc, right before my phone broke, you remember we was talking on the phone and you started snoring?
Yeah. So I got a CPAP machine, everybody. For those that don't know, for those that really don't know, I do have sleep apnea, and I have a CPAP machine, and I sleep with that mostly every night.
He was just taking a nap though, so he doesn't
I don't use them when I take a nap, but I get that good sleep right there. And I do take high blood pressure medication too. So it's more on me and my dedication to try to lose the weight, and getting in the gym and stuff like that. So because the way my schedule is, if I work late, I really don't want to do anything in the morning because I be wanting to rest in the morning time. So what I'm going to do, now is basically go and.
Oh, I got an air fryer.
I need to invest in that.
An air fryer?
Mm-hmm. I need to invest in that.
So yeah, so we're gonna do our weight loss challenge. I think that'll be good if we do a weight loss challenge.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to that. I'm on a no sugar diet for a month. My year checkup is in July. Not a no sugar diet for a month. That's not going to change your A1C, Ghana. That's what you're trying to do.
But you know, the funny thing is, y'all, when I go to my doctor and I do my yearly checkup, like either yearly or my 6-month checkup, and every time they do my, they check all my, like the A1C, cholesterol, stuff like that, I am normal. Like I don't have high cholesterol or anything like that. I just got to get myself active again.
Okay.
That's it. So like,
when you say active, do you mean like walking or running?
Both. Because it's like, it's like I be when I come home, I get off at midnight. So yes, I ride the bus, public transportation. I ride the bus. I get home about almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and it's hard for me to go to sleep to kind of wind down because my body is already on one. So by the time I go to sleep, it'd be about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. By the time I wake up, yeah. But that's if I work at 4 in the afternoon. By the time I wake up, it'd probably be like maybe like 11 or so. So from 11 to 4, I don't want to do anything. I just want to kind of relax and get my mind ready for my shift. But now, I'm more likely going to go ahead and start, getting up at like 8 or 9, and kind of.
The only reason why, the excuse that I use for not running at the park early in the morning is because of serial killers. I'm scared of serial killers.
Lord Jesus.
That's my excuse for not running.
Do you got mace?
At the park. What the hell? What does that got to do with it? I just be making up excuses in my head, but that's a good excuse though. Somebody snatching your ass up while you trying to run. That's my excuse for not doing it. I'm not like, somebody trying to talk to you, get your attention.
Gotta have your head up. Gotta have your head on a swivel.
Or just not go at all, and there you go. So
or just go to a gym.
I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try a gym. Maybe. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just go to the gym.
So maybe I'll try the YMCA, right? Because that's where my son plays soccer. So maybe I'll try doing one of their classes in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be about as good as it can get. See, she's running and on the main roads. I'm not running on nobody's road. It's not happening. Ask me. So
she got a pocket knife. You got a pocket rocket. You got a pocket rocket too, Whitley.
And a mace, like indoor track. So I'm gonna go and see the YMCA and see what I can do there, with the YMCA to see if I can go to one of those like cycling classes. I just know for me, I don't want to smell like 20 different people's sweat. That's gross to me as well. Like you go into a room and you got 20 different smells.
It's a gym. What you talking about?
That's nasty.
It's a gym.
Did you say it's a gym?
You say you don't want to smell like you don't want to come out smelling like 20 people's
Have you ever been to a gym where you smell like 10 different people's sweats and it's like nobody in there, but you're just smelling their residual?
That means that gym don't clean.
Don't let it have rained outside and they came up in there. Certain types of smells when it rains, the smell and the funk goes.
Yeah, that means that they don't clean their gym up. They don't clean it up. They don't sanitize or nothing like that.
Oh, it's so gross. Goodness gracious, why? Or again, do mat and bar Pilates at home. I have an entire setup. See, now she's talking. Like, we're gonna do virtual. But yeah, I'm interested. Let's get this contest going. It'll be a great way for me to lose like 10 to 15 pounds. So I like that idea.
We were talking about straight dog and hairspray.
Hairspray and dog. No, but seriously, like it's
not dog, but dog.
Yeah, like I don't necessarily like that type of smell. It's just not intriguing to me. Some people go to the gym just to wear the outfits. Yeah, see, I can get with that. Like, I remember when I went to the gym and I was so skinny, people was looking at me like, why are you here? They looked at me and shamed me so bad. I was like, okay, no. Because I was trying to build some like strength. I was doing the strength and conditioning. I was already skinny. They was looking at me like, why are you in this gym? I'm trying to build up some strength and some muscle mass.
Hey, I'm watching your future husband, Jason Tatum, playing right
Especially
now.
Whole Foods. Whole Foods. Going to the grocery store while it's raining. Especially Whole Foods. Good Lord.
Yeah. You hear me? I'm messing with you. I say your future husband, Jason Tatum, is playing right now for the Celtics. Oh, she ain't gonna say nothing now.
For the Celtics.
Mm-hmm. Jason Tatum. JT.
I'm not interested. I know, Whitley. I know exactly what you're talking about. You want to know another store? Earth Fair. Earth Fair is another one.
Where is that at? Is that a North Carolina thing?
Yeah. Earth Fair. Where everybody's earthy, they don't wear deodorant, you know. That type.
We good. we good.
Whitley, it's been raining in North Carolina. Like it's like if it rained anymore, I would have thought that Noah Ark was gonna come running through here because it's been raining so much. Like Sprouts, oh my God, Sprouts too. Like just, you know, the earthy smell. But those are some of the people that go to like the YMCA, and you can, when you go into those rooms to like do the cycling and stuff, you can smell their sweat. When I lived in Atlanta, LA Fitness would be packed like a club at 6 p.m. The LA Fitness at the station, what is it called? Atlantic Station. I used to live in Atlanta for a couple summers for an internship when I was in college. It says people need to start using some damn real soap. Yeah, so sometimes that all natural, it don't work.
Yeah.
It don't work.
I got a question for you, then we can roll up out of here. What you think about Bronny staying in the draft?
He looked pretty good from what I see in the clip.
Yeah.
I will never go to LA Fitness. Dang. He looked pretty good from what I seen. I think that his dad wants him to play with him in Cleveland. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. His dad's going to retire after next year. He wants to play with his son for, you know, historical reasons. That's fine. Juwan Howard has agreed to join the Brooklyn Nets. Lord have mercy.
As an assistant.
Oh, okay. Something with some antibacterial, huh? Use something that's got some antibacterial properties in it. Tom's ain't no different. He scored 4 points in that game. Well, he's another Caitlin Clark. They make it look good.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, I forgot. Lord have mercy, please. You know, today was the Gibbs Green Plaza in honor of the shooting that happened. Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
I'd be forgetting. We could damn near be on here for 6 hours talking about just random stuff. Doc.
Look.
We need to hurry up and get off of here before Mr. Forrest shows up. Then we'll be on here even longer. I'm serious. If Mr. Ford comes on here, it's not gonna. We're gonna have a whole new show.
If Mr. Ford comes on here, and he starts going off on Fabulous Administration, it's gonna be comical on this thing right here.
Yeah, so let me get up before he says drop the link. Okay. So they actually, yesterday, they presented an honorary degree, and this is the mayor. Oh, this is nice. Here, I'll pull this up so you guys can see it. But basically, they presented an honorary degree to the family of Philip Lafayette Gibbs, a 21-year-old college student who was killed after officers opened fire on the campus.
In recognizing and making amends for our failures.
So that's the mayor, and then of course that's Alexander.
In this tragedy.
Whoo, Alexander, that's gonna bring some memories, y'all.
What happened here? I know this history because my parents thought it's so important.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Folks done went and got off on here and came back like, y'all are still talking. We finna get off of here, y'all. We finna get off
for our
of here.
failure, for our action.
But anyway,
in this
is in honor of course,
I know the
Gibbs
history
Green,
of what happened here.
Shooting that happened on May 15th, 1970.
So important to share this with you.
A tragedy, right?
And while I'm not in recognizing and
that's crazy that happened
amends
more than 50 years ago.
For our failures.
And that's
for
Mayor
our action in this tragedy. I know the history of what happened here. I know this history because my parents thought it's so important to share this with me. And while I'm not
it's a good thing that they went ahead and gave him an honorary degree.
Making amends for our failures, for our action.
Many people do not realize that particular tragedy
of what happened
they
here.
try to link it with Kent State, but that's not the same. Like, the
to share this with me. And
message behind it is totally different.
In recognizing and making amends for our failures, for our action.
Anything else you want to say before Mr. Forrest says drop the link?
I know the history of what happened here. I know this history because my parents thought it's so important to share this with me. And while I'm not in recognizing and making amends,
you said you don't say anything else.
For our failures.
Just
don't forget to send me Mr. Ford number
in this tragedy.
Yes, absolutely.
I know the history of what happened here. I know this history because my parents thought it's so important to share this with me. And
so Kent State's protesters were protesting about the war, but Philip Gibbs and James Earl Green, that was racially motivated. Who said drop the link? Gonna stop it. All right, y'all. And that the police had shot 400 rounds at Alexander. That was sad. That was absolutely ridiculous. They tried to say that somebody shot at them. But in reality, there was no proof that anybody was shot. So they closed the street off to JSU because of this incident. All right, so we're signing off here, everybody. Don't forget to send me Mr. Ford's number so I can call him, make sure he's okay. Maybe he'll come tomorrow evening and talk. All right, everybody have a good night. The game starts in 30 minutes. You can make it to you in Dallas. You can make it to the game.
That's true. That's traffic. Yeah, I'm in Dallas. It's traffic. I'm on the other side of the airport.
Oh, okay. All right. Have a good night.
See you later.
Braxton, come here. I know you doing something you ain't got no business doing. You quiet.
How you gonna fix it? You done messed me up to